1 2 1 2. You did, didn't
Thank you
you?
so much. I appreciate that. Recording in progress.
Good morning and welcome to our second meeting of the year. We will go ahead and get started. And it is January 22nd, 2026 at 9:02, and we're ready to please take roll call.
Director Abe's.
Here.
Director Flores.
Here.
Director Foley.
Present.
Director Ghosh.
Here.
Director Lee.
Here.
Director Rayburn.
Here.
Director Ridd.
Here.
Vice President Wright.
Here.
President Hernandez.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are now headed into our introduction of special guests. And I will, at this time, turn it over to Director Ghosh, who will introduce William White.
Thank you, Chair.
I want to take this time to recognize Mr. William White for his leadership and service over the last 15 years and as a founding member of the BART Police Civilian Review Board. This happened soon after the murder of Oscar Grant, and William played a pivotal role in shaping independent, transparent civilian oversight of BART's police department. I did not get a chance to work with him as I started my term last year, but even in the 1 year that we've interacted, I've just been so grateful for his advice and his presence and his deep history with the Civilian Review Board. He consistently elevated community voices for all members of the community. He was instrumental in advancing critical policies, including body-worn cameras, bias-based profiling, and one of the nation's first minimal use of force standards. His fairness, integrity, and leadership in case review strengthened public trust and accountability of the BART Police Department. We want to extend our sincere appreciation for his many years of service. And we were coordinating with William, and thank you, Mag and Bob, for all the work that you did. But unfortunately, he did have a family emergency this morning. He was supposed to join us by Zoom, so he's not able to do that. But I'm happy if there are any comments from folks. We can always send him the recording. But truly, it was a great honor to have interacted with him, even for the year that for the chance that I got. We have a plaque for him that will be accepted by Chairperson Dana Lang and former BPCRB member Sharon Kidd. Should we do any comments first, or should I do the plaque?
We can go to continue with the charity.
Okay. Good morning, President Hernandez and members of BART Board of Directors. My name is Dana Lang, and I'm current chair of the BART Police Civilian Review Board. We value Mr. William White's work for the last 15 years as a founding member of this very important organization, and it's particularly important at this point in time. His mantra was transparency and fairness, and that's what we want to continue to advance. So thank you for honoring him. And with me is Sharon Kidd, who will be accepting on his behalf.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Kidd, and I'm a past board member of BART Citizen Review Board. I came on with Bill and George. And Bill was our pillar. He was the one who instructed us and gave us, kept us in our places, because we both came from the city of Berkeley Citizen Review Board. Bill wished he could be here today, and I'm here to honor and receive his award for him. And thank you for recognizing him. Thank you.
Do you want to take a picture?
Let me take a picture.
Right here, right here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm done. I mean, it's hard to encapsulate so many decades of work, but very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Goach, and thank you, Mr. White, for all your dedication and service to the BART family. And wish we would have been here in person, but I'm sure that the award will be given to you gratefully, and appreciate, again, all your time and dedication. We do have a public speaker, Patrick Caceres.
Good morning, Board of Directors. Patrick Caceres, investigator with BART's Office of the Independent Police Auditor. I'll just be very brief. I just want to thank Director Ghosh for recognizing William White. He has always been a board member since the time that I've gotten here, and so I've worked over 10 plus years with him. And as everyone said, he's always been a very amazing leader, someone that's led with integrity and somebody who's always brought a voice to the table that was needed. And so I appreciate him and his mentorship and his cooperation with our office, the Office of the Independent Police Auditor. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. At this time, we'll go to item number 2, which is a report of the board president. I just wanted to remind our board of directors that we will be having our meeting on February 12th. And it's an all-day, it's casual. You don't have to wear your suit and tie, so please come comfy if you'd like. So we'll look forward to that, and we will be sending out kind of the run of the show. And if you have any questions, please make sure you call Mr. Powers. And then item number 3.
And we did have 2 public comments.
Oh, sorry, I think I do have them.
The first is Barney Spitz. Barney?
Barney, go ahead.
My name is Barney Smits, and I'm a licensed professional engineer with over 25 years' experience as a BART engineer and fire life safety expert. Thank you, President Hernandez. I see in the agenda where the seats on the various BART board committees are being appointed. Over the last 3 years, I've pointed out the mismanagement and lack of transparency on the BSV2 project. I have made numerous requests for the BART board to establish a subcommittee on the BSV2 project, as both BART and VTA are failing in BART board oversight. Again, this subcommittee appears to be missing. How many members of the board have read the report from BART's Office of the Inspector General dated December 19th, 2025? The report, titled Transparency and Communication Gaps in the BSV2 Project, noted the limited public discussion and mixed messaging that has evolved over the past decades. The report noted that without clear communication and consistent board oversight, BART risks losing influence over the design decisions that directly affect its ability to operate and maintain the future extension safely and efficiently. The report confirms that the comprehensive agreement gives BART approval authority over design elements that affect operations, maintenance, and safety. The report recommends that BART management provide detailed, reoccurring public presentations to the BART board on the status of the BSV2 project, and as a minimum, these updates should include BART's review and approval process under the Design Criteria Manual. These public presentations are designed to strengthen governance and enhance transparency. I continue trying to help this board and BART management to understand how to keep BART safe. I believe that a BART subcommittee is essential to restoring BART's full participation in this critical project. I hope that you will double your efforts to be a full and equal partner on the BSV2 project. Thank you.
And we also have Alita Dupree. Alita?
Thank you. Good morning, President Melissa Hernandez and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds regarding the workshop. I'm looking forward to it. I did get to go to the workshop last year. I hope we can do that Q&A again, where y'all were asked some questions about what you did and didn't do, and I shared about my hang gliding and operating trains, and the fact that I did not play flute and I cannot play any musical instrument. So I like those kind of icebreakers. While we normally don't have the agendas ready until usually the Friday before the meeting, I hope that further ahead of time, we can publish the general theme of what this workshop is about. And I know that every year our workshop has a general theme, and it is this theme that will help me to inform my comments to written and spoken. I hope to be at your workshop. I'm presuming I'm always casual. I'm sure I'm going to be wearing a skirt. Maybe I'll have a new skirt with folds. So anyway, let's do our preparation work for this workshop. Pun intended, and I hope to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lita. If you come in person, I have a newspaper from New York for you, so let Bob Franklin know. Any other public comment?
There are no additional requests to address the board.
Okay, not seeing any other public comment. We will go to the consent calendar. I would like to just quickly pull item B, just to make one little quick change on there. And then do I have any of directors that are not seeing any other directors pulling anything? I will go ahead and ask for a motion for the remaining of the agenda.
President Hernandez,
Yes.
I would like to ask regarding item C, if the appointee to the BART Police Citizen Review Board is in the audience?
Yes.
Or online?
Perfect. So let's just go in a row with item B. I would just like to make a quick change of on the VTA committee. We're doing a little switcheroo. We're putting Mr. Wright as the alternate and Ames as the regular member. Thank you. Now we will go to item number C, the appointment of BART Police Civilian Review Board member, District 7. And that's Jennifer.
Rakowski?
Correct.
Welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much to all of the directors. My name is Jennifer Rakowski. I have been a BART rider proudly for over 30 years, and I want to particularly acknowledge Director Flores for nominating me for this review board and for all of the directors' consideration. I am humbled both by the legacy of those who have been on the board before and the knowledge that the current oversight structure is rooted in the community grief and family grief of Oscar Grant that took place in District 7. Many community voices have risen up to direct BART on a path towards more equity and justice, and I see BART stepping up to be a leader in transit agency around use of force, around excited delirium, and I look forward to playing a role in continuing that integrity. I personally have knowledge of the important role and unique role BART plays in our region with missing children and disabled who are lost and needing to be secured in an equitable manner, and ultimately the importance BART plays getting people to work, getting them to family, getting them to all of the places where they make memories. And I plan to approach this role with respect, transparency, and accountability as the hallmarks of the position. Thank you.
Thank you. And this morning we've honored William White for his 15 years of service. He was thoughtful, fair, and dedicated for 15 years, and he exhibited outstanding character. And your comments really resonate with me, and I saw Chair Dana Lang in the audience smiling as well. So welcome on board.
Thank you.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
And I'll second. I'll just clarify as amended on the consent item. Sure, and I'll second that.
Yes, and then we do have, thank you, Director Rayburn and Director Wren. We also have another public comment, Esther Waltz for item 3I. Is Esther in? Hi, Esther. Good morning, Esther.
Good morning. Nice to meet you. Wow. And thank you for having me. And the reason I'd like to join the BART task force is to help make BART friendlier through improvements, like making it more efficient for people transitioning from the concourse down to the platform, make that area part of the system more efficient, so that allows the train to sit at the stop, so those that need a little extra time embarking and disembarking the trains can do so safely, and educating people and being more courteous to seniors and disabled, and educating youth, because I have seen some things where I've seen it where people haven't always been courteous enough to give up, in particular the seats that are marked a yellowish green, which designate that a priority area for the disabled people, lady expectant mothers, and just others that need. And I've also seen a lot of people just willy-nilly in, giving me their seat, and they stand the rest of their ride. And I'm capable of standing and holding on. And thank you for your time. And
thank you, Esther. All right, now, do we have any public speakers?
We have one, Alita
Okay.
Dupree.
All right, Alita.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again, President Melissa Hernandez and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Thank you for the streamlined handling of the public comment today, because I often get tripped up on consent calendars. Lots of items here. First of all, some business about the cash carts. Very good report. We need to make it easier for people to haul that heavy money around. I do think about when in New York they had the revenue trains, and they had all those carts that they had to move through the tunnels to 370 J Street. They stopped doing that. And I hope we can someday do something about our old revenue trains. I think we had revenue trains, but anyway, I can ask Bob about that someday. I am looking forward to our new appointees who are going to join in this work on our advisory committees. I do engage with both of those committees from time to time. Can't say I've met either of these people. In reading the background, I'm not seeing any issues. Certainly hope they wouldn't recoil with somebody like me who's different or skirt, because I might be there in person someday. So I hope that as they go forward, they will have inclusive perspectives of the people who ride BART and being able to have their issues heard and addressed. So we want to keep working on bringing in new people to these advisory committees and to get to full roster. We need to have those voices and thoughts. And in looking at the chart of the committees, not really seeing any issues. I think our distribution is pretty even and reasonable. So I believe that this entire consent calendar reflects the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Any other public comment?
No, there is a director.
And I know I have Director Flores.
Thank you. Before we go on to a vote, I'd like to thank Jennifer for her initiative in applying for this position for the Citizens Police Review Board. She comes highly recommended from many constituents in Alameda for her years of service to the city around police reform and racial equity, as well as her public service and tenant protections. So I just want to say thank you and look forward to her service here at BART.
Thank you. And we have
And if I may, I would also like to thank Esther Waltz for stepping up to represent the riders on the Blue Line, which I rode in on this morning. So thank you again.
Yes, we always want to thank our committee members on all of our boards, because a lot of it is dedication of their own time, their own personal time. So thank you again. Thank you for the public speakers. We have a motion and second for the consent calendar. If you could please take the roll.
Yes. Director Ames.
Yes. Yes.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Foley.
Aye.
Director Ghosh.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Ridd.
Aye.
Vice President Wright.
Aye.
President Hernandez.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will go ahead and go on to our general manager's report.
Good morning, President Hernandez, Vice President Wright, Board of Directors. Couple of updates from the GM here. Ridership, we're tracking about 3.5% above budget for January, and it continues to grow. A lot of it is driven by our on-time performance and the work that we're doing there, but also these large events, especially over this past weekend, the memorial for Bob Weir that was at the Civic Center. The K-pop band Twice had a nice ridership boost at the Oakland Arena, and obviously the good weather has helped our ridership. I wanted to second President Hernandez. Our next board meeting, the very next one, is going to be the workshop. It's February 12th. It's all day. It's in this boardroom. You heard about the dress attire from the president there. But I would say this, that it's got a singular focus. And I sent out a note, I think, of last Friday or last Thursday or Wednesday or something. But the singular focus on that workshop is the fiscal cliff. There's variants of that fiscal cliff, you know, the before the fiscal cliff itself, and then obviously, you know, what we're doing to drive ridership up in 2026, FY26 and calendar year 26, and then build public confidence. But at the core of the next meeting is going to be a discussion about our fiscal cliff at the workshop. Single tracking is going to happen the next 2 Sundays on the yellow line between Rock Ridge and Orinda. And it's for vegetation management, and we'll be out there doing that, and then our Traction Power group will take advantage of that window to maximize their access to the trackway. So that's the next two Sundays will be single tracking. I guess to all the directors here, but you know, maybe I'll take a little. I might get myself into trouble, but that's okay. Director Flores and Director Rayburn. But for everybody, West Oakland TOD Phase 1, a quick update on that. Been able to secure tax credits and financing for Phase 1, and it's going to deliver approximately 240 affordable housing units there. And what's most important for me, I'm schedule. We hope to begin construction on that Phase 1, 240 affordable units this summer, the summer of 26 here. So right around the corner. And I know it's Director Flores and Director Rayburn, you have a long history out there trying to make that happen. So appreciate your and Director Flores' commitments there. Comedy Train is this Saturday. And it's these, I'm a firm believer, it's these complementary events that we're doing that help drive up ridership, and this is just another example of that. It's this Saturday. It's called SF Sketch Fest on the Rails. We're going to have 4 comedians, professional comedians, performing 15-minute sets on board. It's sold out. You had to get a ticket and all that. Sold out. It's going to run from 12th Street to Pittsburgh Bay Point and back. Train's not going to make any stops. We have over 200 attendees. It's going to be disco style where you get the headphones and all of that. And so we're trying it, and looks like it's going to be a success because it's sold out quick. I want to assure everybody here about our being at the center of and being ready for these large events. And the next big one coming up, obviously, is the Super Bowl. Our Chief Transportation Officer, our Chief Communication Officer, Rod Lee, External Affairs, myself, we're at the center of these discussions going on there. We're going to be running longer trains to get people to and from not only the event itself, you know, there's watch parties. There's the watch party right over here by Lake Merritt. There's a watch party downtown. So we're tracking all of that. We're coordinating with the other agencies, including Capitol Corridor, which runs all the way down to the stadium there. And so, and we fronted a website on our website is BART.gov Super Bowl. So we're at the center of those discussions, making sure that that all works out. Two more items quickly here. I hope you're all tracking. Later today, we have a member of the BART Accessibility Task Force that was in front of you, and you just approved that membership to that committee. But they're going to have their annual meet and greet here today in this room. Or actually, it's across the hall, sorry, in the multi-purpose room from 3 to 4:30. If you're around, it's always a nice event. Introduce yourself, get to know some of the members of the BART Accessibility Task Force. Michael and I will make every attempt to get there. I know I got a 3 o'clock, but I'll be down there at some point. Michael will be down there. Anyway, it's just good to strengthen those relationships because all voices matter here at BART. And then the last item in front of you, you should have a folder. But so next Tuesday and Wednesday, we are going to be up in Sacramento. It looks like there's 6 directors heading up there. It'll be the 6 of you, staff, and our advocates, our labor partners as well. And we're going to be up in the Capitol. We're going to meet with our state legislators from both parties and the governor's office. Right now, you have a draft run of show. The meetings are always changing, getting added, getting, subtracted. We're trying to fit into their calendars up there. And so right now, I think there's 25 on the books there, more to follow. But there's some briefing materials in there. And I do want to say now, because we always run so fast, everything's going boom, boom, boom. I just wanted to thank you for taking time out of everything else you got going to join me up there with Rod and others. As we look forward to some very productive discussions up there. So with that, President Hernandez, Vice President Wright, I'll conclude my GM's report.
Thank you. And I unfortunately will not be able to attend the accessibility. I will be an ACTC, so I know the person that I had appointed to that task force had emailed me, so I'm sure her will be there. So
We'll be there. Okay. Thank you
I know
for
that you will represent well if you are able to also make it as well. So we will go ahead and go on to public comment, and I do have Glenn Overton. Good morning, Mr. Overton.
Good morning, President Hernandez. General Manager Powers. You know, they say stuff rolls down hills. Well, this guy, there's a lot of good stuff rolling down hills. Believe me when I tell you. Came in the station this morning, and I couldn't even use my dust mop. And I got a different one this time. I declare I was all fired up. I was looking for those spots. I couldn't find a one. I've seen a lot of contented BART riders. They're buying into this system. Why? Because President Hernandez and Bob Powers and staff care. And the state ought to care. This is a caring for California, not just the Bay Area. It's a caring for the world, not just California. It's a caring for us.
And all of our riders count. A moment of silence for all of us. For us, thank you.
Thank you. Our public speakers online are Alita Dupree and then Barney Smits.
Thanks again. President Melissa Hernandez and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Very good report. I always enjoy Bob's meaningful and helpful reports. We're doing better and we're doing well with ridership. Like to see where that is considered to pre-pandemic. I think the New York City subway is around 85 to 90%. So we want to get people back on the trains. And I'm interested in the idea of this comedy train. I did buy a ticket for it, can't be there. I like the disco theme, and we don't do express trains very often. When I go to New York, they have these express routes, and I think this express train is going to be longer than the old JFK Express that ran in New York City from 1978 to 1990, I think, which I used often. But they still have express routes in New York City that I enjoy. And given the disco theme, I'm going to borrow some Don Cornelius here, where he would say at the end of his show, it's going to be a Stone Gas, honey. Peace, love, and soul. So let me know how that goes. And we want to be ready for our special events, especially with Clipper. Clipper Executive Board is going to meet on Monday. Maybe I'll be there. And last year, I did get to go to the BART Accessibility Task Force meet and greet. Found it to be very helpful. And Christine Arsenault at the time was the chair. So I hope that many of you will be there. I'm not gonna be there. I'm too far away, and I'm sure the food will be very good. But we have a lot going on. And thank you. Bob answered the question about the theme of the workshop. So now I know I can get ready for that. But I ask that in all these items here, we remember that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Barney.
My name is Barney Smits, and I'm a licensed professional engineer with over 25 years experience as a BART engineer and fire life safety expert. Thank you, General Manager Powers, for the update on ridership and the upcoming public events. I see that there is a report on 9 safety incidents in the fourth quarter of last year. I note that BART never finished their analysis on the Transbay Tube fire and smoke incident. What happened after train 387 got moving again and during the remaining 7 minutes before the train exited the tunnel to safety? When is BART going to publish a full public briefing on this safety incident? I asked several times about the status of various traction power substations and the overall traction power system. No information has been provided to the public. Is the Civic Center substation still not operational? How many months behind schedule is this substation? Again, I'm asking how many substations are out of service, how many traction power cable faults are currently hindering BART operations, what is wrong with the Transbay Tube's electrical power system. I understand that there has been an operating restriction in the Transbay Tube since April. That appears to be 9 months. Next, I would like to ask about the BSV2 project. Did the General Manager read the BART Inspector General's report of December 19, 2025? Are you prepared to provide this board and the public with a detailed presentation on the status of the BSV2 projects that the report recommends? If not, could you enlighten the board and the public how you plan to strengthen governance and transparency on this project, as BART is a full partner and bears fiduciary and legal responsibilities for the safety and transparent execution of this project? Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to one of our directors, Robert Rayburn.
Thank you, President Hernandez. I just wanted to thank GM Powers for his report. And Sketchfest, while BART trains are sold out on that date, Sketchfest, I went to the website and looked at the list of events, and I started scrolling, and I kept scrolling, and it is page after page of events with a number of headliners. I saw Bob Odenkirk at the top of the list. You know, this is a big deal, and most of those venues, they're all over the Bay Area, and most of those are BARTable. So anybody that feels left out, you're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. We will go on to our public comment, item number 6, and we do have Glenn Overton. Oh, we have Glenn Overton for item number 5. We now have item number 5, and then we'll have public comment. We'll have our Inspector General right after that. If you want to go ahead and do public comment, sure. And then we'll go on to our Inspector General.
I believe that, Madam President and General Manager, staff. I believe that BART has not only a infrastructure responsibility, but an institutional responsibility. It should educate the public. The station should educate, not just serve. Anyone can do that. We have in the United States, I don't know how many, in the world, how many transit stations, but how many of them are cultural artifacts that can express community? This is an innovative community. BART needs to inspire innovation, education, advancement, equality. The station should speak, levy upon the community a sense of community, because it brings the communities together. I believe we have a responsibility not just for transit, but for community. Thank you.
So the other public comments for number 5.
Okay.
Barty Smits. Barty, please go ahead.
Actually, this was item 6, but we'll go for it. My name is Barney Smits. I'm a licensed professional engineer with 25 years experience as a BART engineer and fire safety expert. Last meeting, I asked about the significant reduction in safety on the BART to Silicon Valley project. The design has extended the tunnel spacing between emergency exits. I asked about why VTA extended the spacing to 500 feet when the BART facility standards requires a maximum of 300 feet between cross passages. This is a significant reduction in safety. This meeting, I would like to ask why additional reductions in safety require patrons in an emergency to climb 10 flights of stairs to reach safety at the surface. No existing BART station requires this many stairs. All existing BART stations have the surface as a point of safety. Since the comprehensive agreement gives BART approval authority over design elements that affect operations, maintenance, and safety, I ask why BART is jeopardizing BART employees, patrons, and first responders by allowing these significant reductions in safety. I have tried to make everyone aware of the dangers of smoke-filled stations and fire deep underground. Some say that won't happen, but the New Year's derailment and fire a few years ago and the September Transbay Tube coverboard fire should be a clear incident that fires and smoke-filled stations do happen. The increase in third rail insulator failures, coverboard fires, and smoke incidents last year are more examples of the danger of reducing safety in the BART system. VTA's reduction in safety could result in the loss of life. Please insist that BART management utilize the comprehensive agreement to force VTA to provide BART patrons a comparable level of safety. VTA's BART to Silicon Valley project is safety, financial, schedule, and engineering nightmare. It is deeper underground than any BART station at 100 feet. BART should insist on returning to the safer, cheaper to operate and maintain, and faster and cheaper to build twin bore design. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to item number 5, which is our Office of the Inspector General OIG report. If we can please have them come forward.
Good morning, directors. It's good to see you this morning. I want to go ahead and click me to the thank you. I'm very pleased to present our audit of construction contract change orders, which was conducted by GPP Analytics, an independent consulting firm. I'd like to thank personally GPP Analytics and specifically Julian Metcalf for his thorough work on this audit, and also thank BART staff who cooperated and assisted and allowed us to get this audit completed. I also wanted to make sure that everyone understood change orders are very much so a common and routine part of large-scale construction programs, and they often result from factors as unforeseen site conditions, design refinements, regulatory requirements, and owner-initiated changes. And also, there is fraud risk associated with them, and Julian will kind of touch on that a little bit in his report. But ultimately what this report is for is to provide context for how change orders function within BART and how there are opportunities for continued improvements in governance, accountability, and of course, stewardship of public resources. And with that, I'm going to hand that over to Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Inspector General, and thank you, directors, for having me here today. Again, my name is Julian Metcalf, and just for my presentation, we'll do a quick overview of the audit scope and objectives. There's a section on the context to help put everything into perspective and make sure that there are shared terminology, and then I'll go over the 4 findings of the audit. And then there's opportunity for questions at the end, of course. So you may all be aware of this, but the audit was conducted using the GAGAS standards, otherwise known as the Yellow Book from the Government Accountability Office. Our objective was to look at construction change order practices, compliance with laws and regulations, identify opportunities for improved controls, risk, fraud, waste, and abuse. We had a 4-year scope of the audit period that we looked at, but I believe the findings and recommendations apply beyond this period of time to the practices in general. And it's worth noting, most of the time our sampling methodology used a 90% confidence level, 10% margin of error. And this is really just a way of reminding everyone that the numbers here are not going to be perfect. What we talk about in one of the audit findings in particular are some of the limitations with the data and information that's available. So when you see the numbers, I would encourage you to look at them as ballpark figures. Oftentimes they're derived from this estimate methodology. And in cases where we deviated from this, the report gets into detail in footnotes. So before getting into the nitty-gritty, it's just worth noting the things that we observed that BART is doing well. In our testing, we saw a very common compliance-oriented culture and practice. Teams and individuals were following BART policies and concerned with BART policies, as we could tell from the documentation and from individual interviews. We also noticed instances of continuous improvement and proactive approach. In particular, before we engaged in the audit, BART's performance and innovation team engaged in what they call a rapid improvement event, where they convened various stakeholders involved in the change order process and identified various inefficiencies, opportunities for improvement, of which not all of them were implemented. And a lot of that, I believe, was in anticipation of this audit being completed. So they may have made advancements since then, but we noted that there was an interest in this and some proactive work that was done even before our audit began. For context, and you may all know this, but I think it's just to make sure we're speaking the same terms, I wanted to just mention the different definitions here. And change orders are very common. And what they mean are modifications to add or reduce work and scope, adjust timelines to contract terms. This often is due to differences in site conditions. And one of our findings talks about opportunities to identify some of those unexpected site conditions a little bit better. There are also allowances. Allowances are built into the contract, pre-approved amounts for anticipated but not fully defined costs. So contingencies that are built in. So one of the challenges we see when we try and compare apples to apples of change orders across different systems and jurisdictions and other capital programs outside of BART is not every system and not every jurisdiction will use these same terms. Allowances in some situations might be considered change orders by others. So when you look at raw numbers, it will not always be apples to apples because of these terms. And allowances are generally a very good best practice, and they are present in BART. There are also options in contracts, as you likely know, where if information or changes come up later in the process, BART can exercise these options, and they're predefined and built into the contract. That's another area where if you look across time, you could see spending differ from what the intended amount was to what the actual amount was, and this was because of predefined options. And then finally, a type of change order is a credit and a de-scoping. And these are noteworthy because in general, it is positive when you credit money back to BART, that is money coming back. But it is also worth noting that these do carry some amount of fraud risk. Collusion and different activities could be involved in them. So while yes, it's a positive to bring money back, they are still worthy of scrutiny and attention. So, and this is where we get into some of the challenges of definition. This is a busy table here, but you can see the first row is the total capital construction spending. And we pulled this from BART's audited financial statements so that there was a consistent publicly available number that we could compare against. And in the asterisk there, you could read all the fine print about what goes into it, but this is roughly the amount of money that was spent in each fiscal year on an accounting basis for capital construction spending. The next line down is the net change orders. This is the amount of extra money that was spent for change orders that have a cost and the net amount of de-scopes and credits that were taken out of that. The lines below show these separated out, but the net amount is important here because that is the net amount that costs more than planned due to change orders specifically. And when you compare them as a percentage of total capital spending, it is a relatively small percent. But as we'll see in a slide shortly, this percentage is extremely varied on a project-by-project basis. And you can start to see a hint of this here. This is showing you the distribution of them. The top section shows the amounts and frequency of cost decreases. These are the credits and the de-scopes. The middle section shows the no-cost ones. These are no dollar cost, but changes of the terms, still run as a change order. And then the bottom section shows the cost increases. You can see that there are numerous small cost increase change orders and a handful of very large ones at the bottom. Now, a very notable thing is the Transbay Tube retrofit that occurred. As you are well aware, this was a very long-term project, and in our audit period, that project was nearing its end. There was a very significant $28.3 million credit that occurred in this. This was money that BART identified and requested back from the vendors and was credited back in a change order that came back to BART. On the next slide, if we exclude that amount, because this is an anomalous large project that wasn't captured in the full audit period, if you take that out, because a lot of the change orders that were costly occurred much earlier for this project, from it, we see a nearly 50% increase in the total net amount of change orders. So it's just worth noting that when you look at all these numbers, we have the tail end of a very large project with a very large credit, and it skews it. So we showed it here just so you can try and see it in what might be a more normal circumstance. There may never be a single year where everything is normal, so it'll always be caveated a little bit. And when I mention variability, this chart shows some of the projects that we looked at in depth. And you can see that there's the contract amount, the net change orders, this is the cost and the money coming back, and then the percentage of the contract that those change orders represented. If we look at the El Cerrito del Norte Station Modernization Project, you can see that 49% of the cost was due to change orders, above and beyond the contract amount. As you go down, the Transbay Tube retrofit, almost 30%. But then you get down to some smaller cases. Well, you have the Hayward Maintenance Complex Phase 2, very small amount of net change orders because of some credits there. And then you have other cases, such as traction power substations, where there's a large credit and the costs were much lower than anticipated due to credits and change orders. When we talk about some of the data systems and information challenges that BART has with tracking change orders, what it comes down to is each one of these projects, based on the information, you can manually calculate this by digging through a lot of information. What's very difficult, and I'm cutting ahead here a little bit, is to look at this globally. It's very difficult for staff to pull this information together and say, well, this is what's happening and track it in real time, because each project has a lot of circumstantial, unique information compiled on it, how it's architected in the information systems. So this gives you an idea why you might see a very small percentage when we look BART-wide, and why each project might have a very different story depending on what happened with each project. So it's quite circumstantial and varied. This brings us to our first finding. There is an opportunity for BART to better monitor change orders for fraud, waste, and abuse. A lot of this stems from the Office of Infrastructure Delivery being tasked with simultaneously enforcing contract terms and also maintaining project progress. So you can imagine this creates some amount of tension for a project manager to be both simultaneously pushing a project forward quickly and with the highest quality, but at the same time in charge of policing and enforcing those vendors and ensuring contract compliance. Now, speaking with the Office of Infrastructure Delivery, they report a lot of internal practices to balance this within their own group. But separating it out is the real opportunity so that they can focus on project delivery, and can be a stronger emphasis on separate monitoring. On this next slide, you can see that a lot of different functions within BART are involved in looking at change orders. And this is where my earlier mention of a compliance-oriented approach comes in. All of these functions will review change orders and have some role in looking at them. They're looking at them individually, and it seems to be a mostly compliance-oriented view. There are very few instances where anyone has the opportunity, access to all the information to independently look at change orders in a systemic, pattern-driven way to look for fraud, waste, or abuse. If you're looking at a single change order for its compliance, it may well be heavily scrutinized by all of these individuals, and that's quite a positive function, but there's a limited occurrence of anyone stepping back and looking at it. Our recommendation is for the internal audit division to take a stronger lead in this. Talking with them, they had already had some of this in the works. So I don't know exactly where they are today because this audit work occurred a while ago, so I don't want to speak too much for their current plans. But they had already started talking about how to have a more active role. One of the reasons it's difficult for them to do it, or others within BART, is because not everyone has had access to all of the information systems that they need and been reliant on information from the Office of Infrastructure Delivery. So cutting ahead to our recommendations, giving access to the internal audit division, or frankly, whomever is charged with this, to have access to all the information systems so that they can get it in a read-only fashion, and that's so that they can do this monitoring concurrently. We are not recommending a new step in the approval of each change order. We are recommending ongoing concurrent monitoring of all the change order activity so that change orders don't have to be delayed by one more review. It's already a very lengthy process, and that could add time to it. We are recommending concurrent review and looking at patterns and trends as well and having access to the information. Getting ahead to finding 2, this is where some of the challenges will persist for the time being as well. Even if folks have access to all of the information, a lot of the information is locked up in systems that don't talk to each other. This is common in any organization. They're all digital systems that end up functioning in silos, even with the best intentions. There are two systems to talk about. As you're probably familiar, PeopleSoft is the main enterprise system used, but Wong CMS is a repository used by OID for project management information, and most of the change order details are stored there in the documents. The way these two systems are designed, they use different field names. There's, as I mentioned, credits, allowances, options. Not all of those are properly differentiated in these two systems, nor are they aligned with each other. So you could imagine if you needed to understand overall project spending, you would think, oh, I could get that information from PeopleSoft very easily. And then you'd think, oh, well, let's see how many of these are change orders. That is not a possible function today. So what needs to happen if you have a question about change orders is someone will need to manually look at the information and compile that from what's in Wong CMS. So there's an opportunity here, because it's our understanding that Wong CMS is in the process of an upgrade and a replacement, to when that is replaced, to make them integrated, unify the fields, and improve governance. And so our recommendations are centered around the opportunity to do just that. And we have a third recommendation here, which may have already been considered, but just because so much of this information is tied up in Wong CMS, that if and when it is replaced, to make sure that that historic information is carried forward in some form into the new system, simply because that historic information is critical, and with the long length of projects, it would be a major loss not to have access to that. The third finding talks again about some inconsistent records. The Office of Civil Rights has responsibility to monitor disadvantaged business enterprises from the federal government and state and BART sanctioned small business participation programs. When we did our sampling of 41 change orders in this case, the Office of Civil Rights could provide only 8 of them from their own records, and 33 they needed to request from project teams, meaning that while they were charged with looking at these historically, they had not had access to them. It's our understanding that a major problem was simply just not getting emailed when the change orders happened. Our proposal is simple: update standard operating procedures, and then give the Office of Civil Rights access to this information in a read-only capacity so they don't have to ask for it. It will reduce friction, hopefully save everybody time, and give them an opportunity to perform their functions better. And then finally, our fourth finding is about improving opportunities in planning and design. Of our samples, about 5% of them appeared to have avoidable errors. Now, I have to just caveat this. I'm not an engineer, and so I do not like Monday morning quarterbacking here. But when we looked at a few of them, there's simply just cases where there were, for example, known 50-year-old conduit that was underground. Just a simple Google search will tell you 50 years is past its useful life. And this is a small thing. It could have been known that that conduit would need to be replaced, but when it was dug up, they said, oh yes, the conduit's corroded, it needs to be replaced. And planning for these types of things could save both time and money. Jumping back here, during the audit period, it was about $2.7 million of what appeared to be avoidable cost. Best practices suggest that doing better planning, even though there is a cost to do subsurface investigations and understand what's underground before you finalize your plans, tends to have what 4-to-1 return on investment. So even though there would be an increased cost with more subsurface investigations, doing so would have a savings over the long term. It's our understanding that this is something that the Office of Infrastructure Delivery was already thinking about. It's very logical, and again, not as an engineer myself, I feel silly even mentioning it because I'm sure all the professionals have already been thinking heavily about this, but it just reinforces the opportunity for more planning and more investment up front to save time and money later. And so that's the end of my presentation. Open it up to any questions that we might be able to answer.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. Do we have any questions from the board? Director Foley.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Thank you for the presentation. I come away with more questions than answers, so I'll ask a few. First off, how does this report intersect with the Bond Oversight Committee? Where is this, really directed to what they do and how they look at capital spending?
We didn't do this audit with that perspective. It wasn't part of the scope.
Okay, so is this something we'll share with them?
We certainly can, yeah.
Okay, I mean, I would think as sort of the overseers of our capital spending in some areas, they would want to understand this. So on a very high level, we kind of look at the change order amounts compared to the contract amounts. Are we looking at the root cause of the change order need? In other words, is this an error on our, I don't want to say error, but is there a finding on our part as we go through construction? Is this a contractor issue? Because I would think that not all change orders are created equal. And so how do we determine ones that are necessary or ones that are preventable?
I think I'm going to let Julian answer that one because he's closer to the work.
Yeah, thank you, Director. It's difficult to say in all cases. I think one of the opportunities here is, and this is a bit of a deflection, I apologize, is simply getting the information better so that that can be answered more often, because it is difficult to know in all cases.
Okay. And it sounds like in cases where we get a credit, we're actually reducing the scope of work that was originally bid for.
Correct.
So we're getting less bang for the buck, if you will, because of the change order eating away at what our approved dollar amount was. Is that fair?
I'm not sure, because I'm not sure what you mean by bang for the buck. 'Cause when they reduce something, that there could be so many different reasons why they do it. So it's kind of like, I hate to, like what Julian was saying, like deflecting a little bit, but if we look at just the TBT descope, which was over 30 million, that was quite significant. The question is like, what did they remove? And Julian reviewed those, so maybe he knows, I don't off the top of my head. And it just depends upon, did we really need that to begin with? Or was there some sort of logistical reason why it had to come out? So it just really depends. But yes, we're not getting exactly what we set out to do initially when we descope.
Right. So we approve a contract for X amount of dollars to do a scope of work, and with these credits, it sounds like that scope is reduced.
Yes.
So we're actually not getting what we approved as a board.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What I would like to see going forward is, as we approve contracts here at the board, if we can have some sort of running list of, you approved a project for X amount of dollars, here's the change order amounts through the life of the contract. For me, it would just be things that we've approved at this level. Probably we want to see a bigger picture, but I would be interested to see how what we approve actually changes during the life of the contract and how the scope has changed during the life of the contract. So that would be not necessarily to the IG's office, but to the GM's office. I think that would be helpful as a board member.
I think it's an excellent recommendation. And one of the things that Julian touched on it just a little bit, but for me, when I sit, I'm always thinking of like this worst case fraud scenario, right? Like that's what's always on the back of my head. When I see really big descopes, I know from my experience and my training that that is sometimes a way that's like associated with collusion or some sort of, scheme where a contractor might bid on something and intentionally bid it low because they know in advance it's going to come out anyway, so they can then win the award. So that's why I worry about those things. So in that regard, I think it's really important that you all see that information so you can ask probing questions of like, why was there such a significant descope? I don't know that you need this detailed information, but I would always be interested in like, well, what did the other bid items look for that particular line item that came out? Were they much, much higher than the contractor who won the award? Not that it is fraud, but that is an indicator of potential fraud. So those are the things I always worry about. I highly agree with your thought process there and think it's an excellent recommendation.
Thank you.
Good morning, Directors. Michael Jones, Deputy General Manager. Just want to jump in here, and I'm catching myself cold, so don't hold me to any of this information, Chair Foley. But the Transbay 2 design was originally, I believe, for a 100-year storm design, and it was designed, several years ago. And when we actually got in and started doing the work, we determined that we didn't need as much scope as we thought. And I believe we brought that back to the board and transparently communicated that, and that's why we reduced the scope of that. So I don't want...
It did go back in front of this board.
I don't want anyone to be saying that there's a $28 million scope decrease out there and there's collusion, because that's not the case. It was completely transparent.
Understood, and that's not what I was assuming. I just, from a pure number standpoint, I just like to understand how through the life of the contract, how the dollar amounts change and how the scope changes. So anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames.
Yeah, I do remember that tunnel discussion, and I was concerned about the D-scope, because I wasn't sure if the seismic performance would be equal to what we planned for. So I wanted to get a white paper on that, but we never got confirmation. So I do agree that de-scoping is a concern. I would like to see BART or the engineering staff come up with a way, if they do think there's more to be done with the price, maybe we can consider de-scoping at the award of contract. I've done that only once in my career, but if you know that you don't have enough funding, you would have potentially alternate items that you would just de-scope. Or maybe you work with the contractor and you de-scope, and then you agree before the contract comes to the board, which is difficult because you're negotiating with the contractor after a bid came in. But then you know up front what will be potentially removed given the constraints on the budget. And then the other issue, which I do appreciate, is maybe you could go to that slide where it's got all those check marks and it shows you've got some review of other departments. I guess we have this audit, let's see here. The internal audit division would potentially look at change orders, I guess. Is that what we're suggesting here? Or are we, what is your idea on overview of the change orders?
Correct. So they are currently reviewing aspects of change orders, especially from a individual change order by change order sign-off approach. But giving them the clear policy, written in policy direction to review change orders at large and looking at trends for all change orders. And doing that concurrently, because there's a risk to add it into the review process that it makes the review process longer. So doing it simultaneously.
I really like this idea. I recall when I did change orders, I always had oversight. Some would get cherry picked because there was concerns potentially with the change order, and they would ask me questions if it was compliant with the project. But it was good to have that oversight. There was a little bit of a delay, but it wasn't like every change order was audited. But they did look at the change orders for red flags. And then the procurement department also is a good check on the funding that's being used and the amount of change orders being used, because there's a lot of confusion who's managing the project. They might have their own spreadsheet of their accounting, but then the procurement department doesn't have this. I mean, so it's really great to see that we could consider having maybe the procurement or whoever's looking at the financing of the contract also. That would be a different department, and then you have this internal audit division. So I think we should have like those two departments looking at change orders in a systematic way. So we're not leaving it up to the project managers to control everything. Basically, they're controlling the change order process and the budget. So there is a need for oversight. So this is, I'm hopeful that staff will come back and maybe elaborate on this and show what the improvements are at some point. And of course, get some more consistent software so everything's documented in one place and people can understand where you don't have to have your own private file to document what's going on with the project. So, thank you.
All right, VP Wright.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. As always, I really appreciate the rigor of your oversight and the work that goes into these audits. We already touched on this in committee, so I won't get into all that. But I just thought it might be helpful if BART's management wants to share anything about your responses to the findings, recommendations, or actions that have been undertaken since the audit came out.
Good morning, Director Wright. Not other than we've accepted all of the recommendations, and internal audit and staff is working to implement them.
Excellent. Thank you.
Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Hernandez. And thank you, Claudette, for pursuing the audit of our change orders. And thank you, Julian, for your presentation. I have two questions. The first revolves around contingencies. And you note that contingencies are allowances that are built in. And my experience has been that contingencies get swept up at the conclusion of the project and they're gone instead of maybe being saved or reallocated to a worthy project. And so my question is really around, did you discover any contingencies that weren't swept up and awarded at the conclusion of a project?
That's a good question. And I have to say it got a little out of scope. We spent a lot of time looking at and trying to track down the change order information, that next level of looking at the contingencies, which would be a very valid place to look, just wasn't feasible to actually focus on the change orders. Was challenging enough to get the information together.
Well, let me ask, in your experience, is there a procedural mechanism for example, the Office of Infrastructure Delivery to reallocate contingency funds?
Well, I think that would be a good suggestion. I do not know how often that's happening in these cases. But using those contingency funds and not treating them as a certainty, I think, would be the baseline expectation for good practices in this case.
Thank you. And I'm seeing Sylvia Lamb, the AGM of our Office of Infrastructure Delivery, nod her head in agreement. Thank you. And the other question I have is really regarding the board's role. And the board really only hears about change orders sort of at the end of the tailpipe. We're not part and parcel, part of that routine monitoring that you recommend. And I do recall when I first joined the board, I was involved in a major project, and there was involvement of board members on a committee of oversight. We tracked that project from inception to delivery. I haven't seen such an effort since, but by the way, the contingency on that project was swept up at the end without any alternatives being put forth to the board. So thank you for your report. And I'm inclined to agree that an internal audit division should routinely monitor all of our projects, and maybe with some board involvement.
All right, Director Ghosh.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, first of all, for such a amazing audit. I learned so much from reading it about how BART works. And I had a chance to chat with Sylvia, and I think all of us appreciate us looking out for BART and for public dollars together, which is how I see the purpose of this audit. I think that all the recommendations are stellar, and I'm glad to hear that they've been accepted. But I did have a question about, is there a timeline for implementation of those recommendations? I'm looking at, yeah.
Let me ask Dennis Markham. He's much closer to it than I am, to step up to the podium. Mr. Markham.
Good morning, Dennis Markham, Director of Performance and Audit. So all of the recommendations that we estimated would be implemented either June or July of this year. And so far, we're on track of doing all of those and getting them in on time.
That's great. Could we get a little note from you when they're done? I think
We'll
I would
follow up.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Happy to follow
Okay,
up.
thank you. I also had the same question about contingency and wanted to know if if there was a list of projects that were either flagged where the change orders took it over budget, or were they always, within the budget and using up the contingency? I feel like I still don't have that picture. But I can also see that record keeping in itself is a huge challenge. So I'm hoping that we can ask and get that information more easily so everybody can benefit from it. And it's challenging, I think, with an old system like ours to even know what's under the ground every time. So, of course, we expect, I don't know what when I did my house, it's like a 100-year-old house, 130 years old now. There's surprises all the time. So I think that's why we have contingencies. And so we have to just accept that that's part of how we do work on our systems. And I agree that, we can look at it ahead of time, but that might mean the bid will go up. So, it's hard. We're all trying to game contractors, everyone game the system to make sure that you profit and you get the project. So I think good record keeping and trends is what we should be looking at, even more than project by project. And we should do our best to make sure that we understand the reasons for these change orders and how we can leverage the amount of power that we have as a big agency that spends a lot of money on these to even change industry standards. My last question, again, I think is for management, is with descoping, is there a certain percentage of the overall budget at which point it has to go back to bid? Because when you're putting something out to bid and you're expecting all of these different sort of parts of the project, one big part goes away, maybe a different contractor would have been better at providing the other parts. Of course, the Transbay tube, in the grand scheme of things, it was a small amount for the overall amount, but I'm just curious if we have any best practice or guidance around when it goes back, is forced to go back to bid, if there is a descoping that comes up in the early days or even later on.
So I'll look to my colleague here to my right, Gina, to help me if I mess this up. I don't believe we have any regulations, any BART or procurement regulations that requires us to go back and rebid if we significantly descope a project. I don't think that exists.
I can confirm that's generally correct, yes. Yeah.
I guess that's the only thing that gives me pause, is just to make sure that we understand the project as much as possible, where there's no significant descoping, where, going back to Director Foley's comment about making sure that it never appears as collusion of any kind, that you're putting forward a certain kind of project to bid and the project changes substantially, but we're still keeping the same contractor. I'm not saying that's happening, just to be clear. This is all, proactive, trying to make sure that, Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you. Just have some general comments and one question at the end. First, I know that every one of these performance audits is a huge amount of work, not only obviously for the OIG and our consultants, but also for the staff who are interviewed, are providing lots of information, engaged in the back and forth. And most importantly, I really want to thank BART management for accepting all of the recommendations and for the work that's already begun to implement those recommendations. I think it is very important for these processes to be collaborative and to acknowledge every single party is singularly focused on improving BART. That is what we are trying to get to. That is all good. And also to Claudette and your office, I am very appreciative of the cadence of these performance audits. These reports are exactly what we had envisioned for this office to be focused on. It is when we were going through the hiring process what we had said we wanted our OIG to be focused on. So it's a huge amount of work for everyone, and we are seeing the results that are really informative for us as a board. Second, I think it's really important that we are doing these performance audits now when things aren't breaking down. I would say it's sort of like trying to drink a lot of water when you're already dehydrated, or like trying to go to marriage counseling when someone's already been like, I want a divorce. It's like sort of hard to fix things at that point. So I want to be really clear that the top line here shown on slide 7 is something I hope BART management and Sylvia and Shane's team, I hope you're particularly proud of that. We know that change orders are a necessary reality of major capital projects, whether it's CBTC or our power cable replacement projects, but on the whole, change orders are minimal, the cost increases are small, and some of these change orders are actually creating project savings. Yes, the more detailed look is really helpful to understand where there are process recommendations and where there are much larger variances on specific projects. I think this oversight is critical so that we are preventing us getting to a bad place, or 15 years later when none of us who are here at this table, perhaps we are not here anymore, that we have sort of set structures up so that we are a successful transit system. But oh, maybe it's not this slide. It is the big chart. Yes, this one. This is huge. This is a slide I want to share with a lot of folks, because I think that from the general public, especially, there are in fact some BART haters out there, that folks are like, change orders is government bloat, these major capital projects, they're wasting all of these taxpayer dollars and there's no accountability. There is lots of room for improvement. We've accepted these recommendations. Those will be underway. But on the whole, BART has a very strong grasp of our project costs. We are using change orders where they are necessary as part of project realities, and I think that this is a really important thing for us to acknowledge here. The only question I have is sort of a process one for management, and sort of going off of what Director Ghosh had asked. I know I've requested this recently with the overtime audit as well, but I would really like for there to be some sort of follow-up, particularly with the implementation of the recommendations, being able to track, what's already been implemented, what is in the works, what might just take a little bit of time, what needs to be a larger conversation. So for management, is there a plan for how you report back, whether it's to the full board or the audit committee, whether it's via email, memo, or otherwise?
So Director Lee, we provide the OIG with quarterly updates, I believe, of our progress on everyone. So I'm sure that she can share that with the BART board on every audit, every recommendation. We have staff people that provide that to them on a quarterly basis.
That's excellent. I wasn't aware. Claudette, would that be possible?
Yeah, I mean, we do, like Deputy General Manager said, we do quarterly, we present biannually now is what we do, but we do follow up regularly to find out where the status of recommendations are. And one of the things that I wanted to point out is I've been hearing sort of the comments not only during this presentation, but other presentations about wanting information about where the status of recommendations are. So we're doing a pretty deep dive look at the status of our recommendations, and we're not only looking at the ones that are still unimplemented to see what their progress is, to see if there's some way we can assist to find ways to get them across the finish line, but also to make sure things didn't become unimplemented, which is something that we do see from time to time. And we are, I think, right in the middle of getting that done. So I hope to bring that to you all and have deeper discussions about where everything stands and make sure you have that information. But as always, our dashboard on our website also provides information on the status of whether they're implemented or not. I got the little thumbs up from
Sorry, I'm not on audit. Okay, that's really helpful because reports are great, but best reports are ones that are leading to effective and helpful changes, not ineffective, unhelpful ones. All right, those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Flores.
Thank you all for the presentation, and just want to second a lot of the comments from previous directors, so I'll keep my remarks short. I definitely want to highlight that I agree with follow-up on different audit reports just to see where the implementation is, and definitely appreciate the OIG's office doing all of these audits, but also the staff that have been involved in making sure that we're sharing data and information so that we can get this information to the board. I definitely also want to highlight the ability, making sure that we have the integration and standardization with our software so that we can take a deeper dive into what's causing change orders, just for the visibility of staff, but also if necessary for the board. I think for me, one of the takeaways that I got from this audit is one, Bart's doing a pretty good job already, but also has, one, accepted the recommendations and has been identifying ways to make those improvements. So I just want to say thank you for all of the work that's been going on there and for the willingness to accept those recommendations, because I know that when people think about audits, sometimes it can be, some people might think of it as a scary thing. People might get in trouble, or, but you pull back behind the curtain and some people might be afraid of what's behind it. But what I'm seeing is a good numbers, good stats and trends, room for improvement, definitely, but things that we can fix before we get to that dehydration stage. So thank you all so much, and I look forward to seeing those updates.
All right, not seeing any other directors with any more questions. I do have a quick question with regards to, is this the first changeover audit you've brought forward to the board?
Yes.
So moving forward, are you going to do this on an annual basis?
No, that would be too much of a lift for us to be able to do that. I think, though, with the work that the internal audit will be doing, maybe they can provide reports, but I don't want to speak for the general manager on that. These audits take a tremendous amount of time and energy, and we have a lot of other things on our audit plan that we need to get through.
Okay. All right, thank you. And maybe we'll have further conversation moving forward as we get some more information with regards to whether it's this audit or other audits in the future. But thank you for your time. I will let our MAG move forward, and she will call any public comment that's either in the public or online.
Okay, Glenn Overton, come to the podium, please.
Every once in a while, you have to dust off your books, keep everything in line there. I'm sorry, Madam President, Mr. General Manager and staff. When you look at the IG, take a picture of your own body. The IG is like a liver, and a liver accounts in real time. You got up this morning, you're happy, it's only because of your liver. You go around saying thanks to your liver. An IG is a friend of the people. It gets value for our tax dollars, every cent. The board of directors, which is your brain, can vouch for that. In real time, integrated in real time. It doesn't ask for a budget. It's there. Again, the IG is a friend of the people, and maybe the IG needs to integrate with the AI. Thank you.
Okay, we have two online speakers. The first is Alita Dupree. Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again, President Melissa Hernandez and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Very informative report. I do have some issues with language. When I go into finding one, I see some sentences here, such as OID effectively operates without meaningful checks on decisions in these areas. I'm really concerned about how we're framing some of this language. I don't want anything that OIG does to be adversarial. I know if I was running a department and somebody said that to me, I'd be really offended. And I know people who work for OID. They're good people. I trust them, and I'd be honored to eat lunch with them every day, any day. So how can we make sure that we frame any of this language in a way that doesn't imply adversary? I want everything that we do to be collaborative. And I hate to say it, change orders are a fact of life. It happens in my house. Sometimes I have to pivot when I'm doing cooking. Yeah, I'm going to use more ingredients. It's going to cost me more money. Yes. One doesn't know what a day will bring forth. We can mitigate risk, of course. I'm not an expert on this, but I do have 55 years of using the New York City subway. I think that gives me some leg to stand on. So there is a lot going on. And I still am expecting a nexus. How does this affect me, the ordinary rider, who taps my Clipper card and gets on the train? I ask that this work not be about painting targets on people's backs, but instead reflecting the idea that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
The next speaker is Barney Smits. Barney, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Barney Smits, and I'm a licensed professional engineer with over 25 years experience as a BART engineer and fire life safety expert. I don't suppose any of you are aware of the fact that I received a Chief Engineer's Award for putting together an RE training class and teaching about 50 BART engineers about contract management and RE work at BART. I suppose that's important because, I could give the board a class if they wanted on contracts and change orders. But moving along, the most important thing is that the IG has put together a report. And it comes down to are all these reports that the IG is presenting, are they being accepted by the board? And if so, is the board actually going to implement the recommendations that the IG is, recommending? So I think the IG's recommendations update is important, and I think a periodic or quarterly review of whether or not those recommendations are being followed by management and staff is absolutely critical to making sure that the public is getting what it needs. Thank you.
That was the last public comment for this item.
Thank you. Getting back in order here, we are moving on to not seeing any other public comment, not seeing any other questions from the board on item 5. We will move on to item number 6 for public comment.
We do not have any public comments. Oh, we do. Just one popped up. Alita Dupree. Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again, President Melissa Hernandez and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Thank you for calling that out. I was afraid I wouldn't get to speak today, but I appreciate it. I did write you some more letters, and hope you got to read them. I'm sure Bob Franklin read them. And I talked about a number of different things. And I frame the things that I say to you in my experiences. Yeah, I wish that I could have had a part in hopefully bringing the Soul Train to New York City. I probably would have gone to tapings all the time if it was in New York City. I think I would have enjoyed it more, especially with images of the subway. And how do we build a better BART? I try to share with you from experience as opposed to academic conjecture. And I want BART to be something that is not just used, but to be enjoyed. And I'm learning things all the time, and I don't know if I teach you anything new. I don't know if any of you have experience with this old train. Don Cornelius saying, it's going to be a stone gas, peace, love, and soul. See, I grew up with some of that, sharing about life in New York, where I come from. And I would like to be with you in person more. And sometimes, it's hard. I got to travel 600 miles to come and see you and get to spend time with you. It's not easy. But how do we have the focus on the basics, things that are most important? Don't want us to be preoccupied with whether people wear skirts on BART. What I want us to be preoccupied is making sure that we offer the high quality transportation service that we are known for. And most of all, that everybody should practice the idea that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Chris Finn. Chris, please come up to the mic.
Good morning. Chris Finn, ATU 1555. And I know BART is doing everything they can to improve service and attract public ridership, increase ridership, and especially with this Connect Bay Area tax initiative we're going to put it on the ballot in November. But the news that I received yesterday morning about BART partnering with Uber, that was probably the most amount of feedback I got yesterday was concern from different community and transit agencies and other transit unions about advocating or supporting private transit rather than advocating for other AC transit or other measures to cover that last mile. So just wanted to put that out there. Again, I'm new to office. I'm just taking office January 1st. I wasn't privy to previous communications about this topic, but I think it came out as we might get a little bit more negative feedback on that. Just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and I'd be happy to speak with you at a later time with regards to the Uber. There was a price limit on that, correct? What was the amount?
It's $50,000 pilot.
Yeah, it's a pilot program, so we can talk offline. Be happy to do that.
And there are no additional public comments for this item. That was the last public comment for item 6.
Okay. So item number 7 is our engineering operations item, and I will go ahead and let our chair, Foley, take over.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, we have one information item on the UNO agenda today, and that is the root cause investigation update on the recent M-Line service disruptions. I'm first going to turn it over to Deputy General Manager Jones, and then staff will give us a presentation.
Okay, thank you. Once again, good morning, Chair Foley, Board of Directors, Michael Jones, Deputy General Manager. Before I turn the presentation over to Sylvia and her team, I wanted to provide some context to the information that we're going to share this morning. First, staff with support from our consultant team has conducted a thorough and comprehensive analysis of all of the service disruptions that our customers have experienced since August of 2025. I want to definitively state that staff has not identified a single cause of the disruptions. Said differently, there is no smoking gun to share this morning. However, we have extensively evaluated all possible causes that could have contributed to these events. We focused on all aspects of our railroad, including our traction power system, our wayside equipment, as well as our rolling stock. I am confident that as we present our findings, it will be clear that we evaluated everything that we possibly could to get to root cause. We will also share the mitigation efforts, both completed and ongoing, that should provide confidence to the board and the public that we continue to operate a safe, reliable, and efficient transit system. Lastly, I want to address several misconceptions that staff has heard recently from the public and members of the BART board. First, there is speculation that BART leadership has intel on the single root cause of these incidents, but we are not sharing it. This is false. Second, there's a suggestion that blown insulators are the root cause of service disruptions. This is also false. I want to point out that blown insulators are a common occurrence on electrified railroads. It happens, and while it can cause arcing, it has not presented a dangerous condition to cause alarm. We have contacted several transit properties around the country, and we are not unique in experiencing blown insulators, and our maintenance and mitigation standards are in line with those agencies. We will discuss this in more detail during the presentation. Third, there is speculation that this effort did not require the assistance of external consultants and that the consultants don't have the expertise necessary to assist in resolving our challenges. I can assure you that the team we assembled exceeds the expertise of our in-house staff. They are credentialed professionals from global firms that have decades of experience in assistant transit agencies in tackling the issues that we are facing. With this context, I'll turn it over to Sylvia Lamb, AGM of Infrastructure Delivery. But before I do, I want to point out that we have our entire maintenance and infrastructure leadership team here in the room, and I'd like them to stand and be recognized. So these are the individuals that respond to the 1 a.m. calls, the 4 a.m. calls when we have these incidents, and they are responding with their frontline workforce and mitigating these issues. So these are the people behind the challenges that we're having, and I can guarantee you that they are totally committed to making sure that we move this forward in a positive direction. So with that, Ms. Lamb, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Michael. I'd like to acknowledge also that Parsons was the lead firm in this effort for the root cause analysis, and Ebro Muftik, as well as Lori Colangelo with Parsons, is in the audience. And to my left is Zara Younisi. And Zara, while there were tons of experts involved in this investigation, working for Parsons, multiple subs, probably 50 individuals engaged. Zara is one of those experts. She's a California PE. She's also the chief engineer for 3VI, which is a subconsultant to Parsons. She's worked in the UK and the US. She's worked for London Underground. She's worked on BART systems before as far as traction power systems. She's also worked on issues for BART related to the track engineering, and so she's very familiar with our system. As she came in, she's also for other agencies worked at WMATA, again, London Underground, other places in the US, and she also has experience with CBTC. So her credentials are long and wide, and I'm only touching a small bit of it, but we're happy to have her here, and she's going to serve as the collaborant, the kind of focal point of all the expertise that was on the project. So to get started, I want to talk a little bit about the scope of this investigation. As you can see in the middle, we really focused on the area between West Oakland and Civic Center. So that's not to say that if an incident popped up that we didn't also include that into just to check and see if it was something holistic that was also added to this. We did do that, but from a root cause analysis perspective and a scoping perspective, it was really important for us to stay focused and not like kind of trace a thread down. And an example of that is there was an incident in Lake Merritt. That was incident number 3 during this period of time. We did go there and find that it was specifically a rod that had fallen from the ceiling and landed, which had caused that incident. So I just wanted to make sure that we had a understanding of what that scope was. And the time frame, we started, we looked at incidents in August, starting with August 29th. But if something pops up today, the team will go out there and look at that as well. It's not over. This is an ongoing investigation, and we're continuing to look at any incidents that come up within our trackway. We followed a very scientific approach to this. That means that it had to be super methodical. And again, trying to get down to a root cause analysis is not an easy thing in a very complex system. It's a high voltage system. It's not unusual to see arcing or sparks on our system. So, it was really important that we stay focused and keep a methodical approach to that. And that started with collecting data. That meant our data from, that we have in-house as far as designs, as far as maintenance records, as far as other work that was going on. But also the very first thing that was done is for a whole slew of people to go to these incidents physically and look at them. And that's part of that collection of the data. So the process went through collecting the data and then analyzing the data and then getting down to some hypotheses. A fishbone diagram is simply a graphical representation that helps a team, after collecting a whole bunch of data, to kind of break down and trace through for root cause. It's looking for cause and effect. It's a common diagram that's used in lean practices, different quality practices. So this is a standard industry in order to do these types of investigations. And, I'm not going to go through every single one of these, but it kind of gives you an idea of the extent of how the team went through to analyze root cause. Michael said it, he kind of stole my thunder there about saying that this was a very thorough and comprehensive investigation and report, and again, ongoing. You can look at the amount of man hours that was put on, the amount of field visits. So site visits, we were in the tube, 37 site visits, but that's not just to the tube. We did go to Lake Merritt, we went to other places, and that's not just the Parsons team. So the consultant team had, like I said, about 50 individuals engaged throughout this process, but we were all hands on deck. And those, the folks that stood up in the back are not the only folks that are involved in this. There's actually more folks in there that didn't stand up. I was going to tell them to stand up, but that's okay. We have tons of people that have been involved. Those 37 site visits, probably, I would say at least 15 of them involved going out in the middle of the night. And sometimes that involved going out, working all day here, going through files of data, and then going out and leaving this office, taking a break for a couple hours, and then going to the site and going out into a graveyard with the power off to really investigate that. A huge part of this, too, going through the bottom right, is the amount of documentation that was reviewed and requested by Parsons and by the consultant team. And it's not unusual when you bring a consultant in, they're coming in cold. The first thing they want to know is all this information. Where is this? Where is this? Where is it? And sometimes it can be frustrating. I'll make sure your mic's on. Sometimes it can be frustrating for the BART team because we want to get going, right? And there has to be a combination of that because the team needs to have all that information.
That's correct. The Parsons team did submit over 100 RFIs within three to 4 days, and we'd like to take a moment to thank BART M&E for the very fast turnaround on those RFI responses. Some were same day, if not same day, next day, so we do appreciate that.
Yeah, so there's a huge amount of data, and all the BART team was very supportive as far as, again, maintenance records, engineering records, everything that we could do. And the whole team knew that this was a top priority to get this investigation done and figure out what's happening in our system. So as far as when we get through the fishbone diagram, and I'll let Zara talk about the kind of hypotheses, but before she does, I want to just say, kind of again to Michael's point, that other than the Lake Merritt incident where we do know it was one rod that fell, every other incident has a combination of factors. It's not one single thing, and there's not one single thing that happened for all incidents. Correct, Zara?
That is correct, yes. So this slide here represents the main group of hypotheses put together by the Parsons team. And in some cases, the incidents are straightforward, where there may be one or two causal factors. In a few of the incidents, they're actually more complicated, and it requires a detailed analysis to determine which one is actually the root cause. This represents a very comprehensive look at the system, as well as the subsystems and external factors, and also human factors. Thank you.
Thanks. So let me start with re-describing our traction power system. And you may remember when Miat was here a couple of months ago to give an overview of our whole traction power system, but I think it's really important before we get started today to talk about how our system works and kind of walk through that. Also, I want to point out is that at the end of this presentation, I think there's like 2.5 pages worth of glossary. It's really hard for us sometimes to figure out how to not use the terms that we're always using, so we wanted to include a glossary so that would help. So anyway, our power, as you know, comes from the utility. It comes in at 115 kVAC. The utility is we then step that down to 34.5 kVAC. And you hear that a lot, right? When we come and ask you for approval for a cable replacement, those are our redundant left and right cables throughout the system. That feeds into our substations. At the substation, it's more complicated than I'm going to describe it, but from a simple perspective, it's taking the AC, it's changing it to DC, and it's stepping it down to 1,000 volts. And that is used to power the third rail. So that is a connection from the substation to the third rail that gets the 1,000 volts out there. The rail cars have a collector shoe assembly, which means there's a paddle that rides along that third rail. And as it's riding along the third rail, it's pulling power to help it go forward and also to power the auxiliary systems within the train itself. When you're moving a train and the wheels are turning and there's different heat, there's also current being generated. That current is needs to go back to the substation. So if you follow the orange lines around, it's really important that we close the loop in any kind of electrical environment. So the paddle is pulling power from the third rail. It's moving the train forward. It's powering the inside, all the equipment inside of there. And then the wheels and the different heat are generating current. And that current goes back out through the wheels along the running rails to a negative return shunt. And that shunt has a cable that goes back to the substation. And again, that kind of closes the loop of our circuit with our trains. Also, in addition to that, we have regenerative braking. If you have electrical vehicles, you already know what regenerative braking is, but for us, I'm just going to describe it. Where the negative return current goes through the wheels back through the running rail, as a train brakes, that excess power, it goes back out through the paddle onto the third rail. And this allows any other trains within the vicinity to pull that power from that excess power as opposed to pulling it from the substation again, which makes us more efficient. This is exactly the same as it was in our legacy cars as it is in our cars today. So as we go through this, it really requires a lot of integration as far as this discussion. We can't just look at one thing in a bubble and say that's it or that's not it. We have to look at how all these things integrate together. And you probably remember from the CVTC presentation how important that systems integration is. So as Zara goes through the rest of these slides, she's going to talk about not just these individual pieces, but also how do they relate to each other. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Zara to talk about the very first piece.
Thank you very much. So we'll start with traction power and looking at some of the findings and the analysis. What we're looking at on this slide is a rough representation of the traction power substation configuration in the vicinity of the Transbay Tube. The green icons represent the traction power substations that are in service. Originally, and so we're going to start with looking at the design intent. In the original design, there are two traction power substations. On the west side in San Francisco, there is MTW, and it is capable of providing 10 megawatts. And on the East Bay, it's matched by KTE, which is shown in gray. That's the gray icon, because it's undergoing a planned upgrade. To facilitate that upgrade, BART introduced a portable substation known as KPS. We looked extensively at the dynamics of this and the records, and it was determined that this portable substation has been used elsewhere successfully on the system. It is interesting that it has a 5 megawatt rectifier and it's supplied by a 3.2 MVA transformer. And so therefore the overall capacity is noted on the diagram to be 3 megawatts. Typically on the BART traction power substation, they are 5 megawatts. typically give or take, and they're maybe 1 to 2 miles apart. So what was interesting here is while we originally had a 10 megawatt to the west and a 10 megawatt to the east, that has dropped down to a 3 megawatt. So this is the only place on the system where there is a delta of 7 megawatts. This is being analyzed in terms of what's happening with the power flow. Does it lead to an unbalance? Is there a circulating current, for instance? These are some of the hypotheses that have been bounced around. And in addition to that, to be able to evaluate that further, that is happening through modeling. I would like to also point out that through our review of the records, this change happened in 2021. So it has been operating in this way for about 4 to 5 years, and therefore it's not considered to be the root cause. However, we're looking at whether any of these small changes have moved the needle in terms of the power quality.
Yeah, and Zara said it, but I just want to repeat, that KTE, that gray substation, it is out of service because we had planned for a couple of years before that to upgrade that substation. So it was a planned out of service, and we were waiting for, well, not waiting, but when the portable substation was also available, it was all planned to be done this way.
Thank you. So another finding and design change that we came across through our review. Now, this occurred through site inspections, and I'd like to take a moment to thank the BART Structures crew and BART Maintenance for supporting these requests. They were through the night, back to back. I personally did go out and walk the track as well to perform these inspections. And through these inspections, we were able to verify that during the dates of the incidents between August and October, the crossbonds were not in place. Now, there should have been 10 crossbonds in place between the Transbay tubes. So what we're looking at on the slide is the purple line represents the crossbond. It's essentially a cable that connects between 2 tracks. It helps provide additional paths for the return current to flow back to the substation through both tracks. And when, upon our further request for information, we determined that they were removed to support a single tracking project in 2020. And one finding is that upon completion of that project, the crossbonds were not reinstalled. However, they have since been reinstalled.
Thank you.
Oh, I should add also that because this happened in 2020 and it ran in that configuration for about 4 to 5 years, again, this is not considered to be the root cause, but taken together with the previous finding and then this as well, we're looking at the cumulative impact. So this is being analyzed through load flow modeling.
Yeah, and we did, since you added more, we did talk through why would those crossbonds have been removed during the 2020 project. And you may have remembered from the beginning when I said negative return is going back through those running rails. So those crossbonds connect all the rails together. So there was a concern from the team working on that one set of tracks while we were single tracking on the other set of tracks that there may be a potential for, feeling that current. There are other ways to make sure that doesn't happen, and so this was, I think, put in place as kind of an extra measure just to make sure that those 2 tracks were isolated.
In order to take a closer look at what might be happening on the power system, the Parsons team did recommend installing the power quality monitors. On the top left, you'll see a photo of an actual PQA from this investigation, PQA being power quality analyzer. These are also known as data loggers. The load monitoring tests were performed to look at the incoming power quality, so looking closely at the incoming currents and the incoming voltage into that substation, as well as recording any harmonics. If you're not familiar with the term harmonics, you can think of them as unwanted frequencies. Now, harmonics are not really of interest to us on the DC side. However, they are on the AC side, but they could result in unwanted frequencies on the DC side and a change in the DC ripple. So I should also explain what we mean by DC ripple. So on a typical substation that has a 1,000-volt DC output, much like a like a DC battery. You'd expect that to be a constant voltage, but in practice, it does come with a small amount of ripple. That ripple is normal. These are 12-pulse rectifiers, and through the process to take AC and rectify it, it's never possible to completely eliminate that ripple. So on a 12 pulse, it's a 720 hertz ripple. And what we were looking at is, did that increase with all of the minor changes here and there? Did that DC ripple look different? And there are additional loggers. BART took some proactive measures before the Parsons team started to install DC loggers. So similar to the AC loggers that were installed through this investigation, there were DC loggers looking at the output of the substations. The power quality analyzers that were installed were to look at the AC side coming in. So that gives our team a complete picture, and that data is currently being analyzed. In fact, those power quality analyzers are still in place at the MTW substation. They were installed on the East Bay side at KPS and on the West Bay side at MTW. And what was very interesting is that MTW, the incoming voltage, was higher than expected. And if you can squint enough, you might be able to see that on the A phase it was 815 volts and then 810 on the B and the C phase. So this is not the 34.5 coming in, because the loggers were installed on the secondary side of the transformer, in between the transformer and the rectifier. So that line-to-line voltage should be 783. So that's how we know it's higher. And when we account for the turns ratio, we calculate that back, and we were able to determine that basically what that means is, instead of 34.5 coming in, it's closer to 35.5 kV on the B and C phase and 36 kV on the A phase. So overall, though, this is really a change of about less than 5%, which is considered to be a tolerable limit. What we are currently looking at is, what were the harmonics associated with that, and did they result in any unwanted frequencies on that DC side that perhaps the vehicles cannot tolerate. The vehicles are equipped with line filters, so they are designed to handle these types of variations, but the analysis requires a further look in terms of modeling and calculation to actually quantify that value. There are also standards that govern this. The EN standards and the IEC standards look particularly at electromagnetic compatibility and immunity limits for these systems, and that is also part of the analysis that's being performed by this team.
Yeah, and so just to kind of recap, one of the things that Zara said is some fluctuation is expected, and in most cases, I think you've said within 5% is tolerable. As long as, I think if it's not sustained, right? Like a sustained ripple could be more problematic, but also something that we have for next steps and opportunities for improvements. Right now, in order to do this, maintenance has to go out and put a logger there physically. So it's kind of a snapshot in time while that logger's there. So outside of that time, we're not sure when that's going up or down. And so looking for remote monitoring tools that would allow us to do this logging in real time moving forward is one of our recommendations.
Thank you. And with the hypothesis that the small incremental changes may have led to an increase in that DC ripple, the BART data loggers were looked at, and the output did seem to be consistent with DC ripple outside of the normal limits, but that does not mean that they are outside of the tolerable limits, and that's why the calculations are necessary. So in addition to that, now we'll talk more about the negative return and the grounding and bonding. So again, thanks to the BART Structures team and BART M&E, the inspections were facilitated through the Transbay tube to field verify all of the negative return cables. And we talked briefly about the cross bonds, so I won't repeat that. But there were also some electrical tests performed, and what we can see there in the lower left corner is a a fluke meter, just looking at the resistance in particular, this time between the running rail and the track slab. And in two places along the tunnel, that resistance was low. We don't expect it to be low. We want the running rail to be insulated from the track slab. There were further tests performed, in particular looking at the negative grounding devices. So if anyone's not familiar with the negative grounding device, the running rails on BART can have the rail potential can increase to a slightly higher voltage, and once it reaches a specific set point, those NGDs will fire and ground that running rail. It is a safety device. So the NGD at Powell was found to be shorted. That was taken care of by the BART team. And after that, we did see an overall improvement in those resistance values. So moving on to the third rail insulators, these were looked at extensively, including wayside inspections and off-site inspections. A number of insulators were taken to an off-site lab. They are pictured in the bottom right in various conditions, several as found and 2 new. The tests that were performed in 2 different labs actually included destructive testing and non-destructive testing. Some of the observations in the lab, including the forensic testing that was performed, the surface layer of dirt on some of those insulators was found to be conductive, at least on the ones that were tested in the lab. And the shims, which are the thin layers of material that sit beneath the insulators, they help adjust the height of the insulators. They were found to be damp. But overall, the insulator condition is consistent with normal aging and the environmental exposure expected within the tunnel installation. These findings are still not considered to be the root cause, because with looking at the specific incidents and all of the factors, there appear to be other factors that may have initiated some of these insulator failures. And it's also worth noting that not all of the incidents included insulator failures. So another finding which we'll touch on later is rail relay storage practices.
So, if you don't mind, let me just jump in one real quickly on the insulators, just to follow up from the earlier conversation. So there's also been news reports that we are cleaning the insulators, and that's partially true. We have cleaned all of our insulators from Embarcadero to 24th and Mission. We did that primarily because we've had incidents in this area, which we're focusing on the root cause now. But it takes a crew of 8 overnight to do 20 insulators. We have over 100,000 insulators, and there's varying degrees of insulator maintenance across the industry. So I want to put out there and clarify that we are not planning to clean all 100,000+ of insulators, but we have taken care of this area just to make sure that we have done everything that we possibly can to mitigate the challenges that we were having on the M line. So, sorry, Zara.
That's good. Thank you. Right, well, let's maybe go back one slide just to point out that the team has got extensive experience in analysing insulator failures and being able to determine whether that insulator was the initiating cause. So we will provide an example of that on the next slide. So this is from one of the incidents, and this is how we're able to, for example, determine if the insulator was the root cause or not. So what we're looking at on the red and black line represents the cover board, and the thicker grey block beneath it represents the third rail. So it's as if you're standing in front and facing this third rail. The white rectangles with the blue underneath represent undamaged insulators, and the red represent damaged insulators. In this case, we'll start with the yellow oval. There was damage noted to the top of the cover board that would be consistent with that damage occurring from the top down, from an initiating source. And we also can see here, when insulator fails, there is a characteristic soot deposition pattern behind that insulator, usually aligned with it. Not always, but in this case, we did see it at the location A, and we did see it at location C. Now, we do also have a team of fire life safety experts on this panel that have been involved in this review. And what's interesting too is that at C, it does tail left in the direction of travel. But the most interesting finding is that pattern did not exist behind insulator B. It was nowhere to be found. The wall was relatively clean, the tunnel wall. But what was interesting is it was projected downwards onto the track slab and in the direction of travel. So the hypothesis that's under evaluation right now is that insulator B did not fail on its own. It was an initiating event from above, a DC arcing event. And we'll look at some of the actual photos from this incident. So once A, then B would have failed in quick succession, as well as C. We're still evaluating A. So this is under analysis to determine if that initiating source was at play as well at the location of insulator A. So on the top right is a photo of the cover board that I mentioned, and there is a stepped profile on the top of that cover board where it's evident, based on this evidence, that the damage was from the top down. And it also aligns with the area of the material loss in the third rail. So for third rail to have essentially a hole in it of that size, that is typically due to high energy arcing. That would be the type of energy required to essentially vaporize that metal in that location. And that's that beneath it is the remnants of the insulator. And you can see that soot deposition pattern on the track slab. And also to the left is how it looks on C, where it's directly behind where the insulator stood.
I wanted to add here, just to, again, give kind of a level of the effort that was put. Not only, was this kind of detail looked at, but even that, when you see that splatter behind it on the wall, scrapings were taken of that and sent to a forensic lab to determine what materials that was as part of the investigation, just to give you a little bit more context on how detailed and how thorough the investigation has been.
So in addition, just to be very thorough, the team also looked at the protection scheme. And the third rail is protected by DC breakers, much like the breakers you'd find in your home panel, except these are DC and much larger. And they can act very quickly to trip and isolate faults. The review of the records revealed that, in fact, so typically the DC breakers all have an ability to trip without an MPR. The MPR is a multi-function relay device that helps customize some settings. We can think of it as an additional layer of protection. When, based on the review of the records, these functions have been disabled during the time of the incidents. Now, that does not mean that the breakers did not have the ability to trip, because they do have a trip mechanism, but it is more basic, and it would have relied on that basic mechanism. So further RFIs were submitted, and we asked why they were disabled. And the reason that was provided is that they were nuisance tripping in the morning upon return to service. So perhaps Sylvia might want to weigh in.
Yeah, well, there was apparently nuisance tripping, which impacted being able to run cars in the morning, like consistently every morning. And so we found that they disabled these in order to make sure that trains were running smoothly. I also want to add, though, this one has been replaced, and you see the old one versus the new one, although to me they don't look a whole lot different. But the, our MPRs in our system have been aging, and a lot of them are within 20, 25 years old. We do have a project, and we have had an ongoing project to replace MPRs. So we're about 60% done with that. It's a $22 million funded project. It should be completed within the next 18 months to 24 months. But this area had not been done at this time. So.
So moving on to vehicles, and this team does include vehicle specialists and SMEs from actually all over the world. And what we're looking at, we'll start with the collector shoe assembly. On the top left, there is an image of a typical collector shoe assembly, and the bottom left shows its position on the vehicle. And then in the bottom right, it's a close-up view of the collector shoe and the braid and the fuse. So we will talk more about this on the next slide, but I just wanted to give you an overview of where it's actually located. So, okay, four of those collector assemblies from the instance were taken to an off-site lab for forensic testing.
Next slide. There you go.
In addition to that, 4 fuses were provided to the Parsons team by the BART vehicles team. These fuses appeared to exhibit a non-standard failure, and they were taken to a lab for further testing, including forensic testing. So fuses, much like the fuses that you find in your home appliances, have a fusible link that will melt if the current exceeds that threshold. And these fuses are different because they're slightly larger, but they also do include that fusible link. But they also have quenching sand that helps extinguish that arc at that point. So when that fuse typically fails, that we'd expect that sand to turn black. But in this case, the sand remained white. And we can see extensive damage to the exterior of the fuse body, also known as carbonization. The tests were extensive, including an elemental analyzer test on the area that looks like brass. It was confirmed to be brass. So those pins are actually zinc or zinc plated. And it was interesting that brass was found there. That is, for brass to form with zinc, we need copper and an extremely high temperature. So it's yet to be confirmed, but the hypothesis is that there was high energy arcing in that area. In addition to that, there are other signs looking at the lug. So if you're not familiar with the lug on the top right, we pointed to the braid on the previous slide. The braid is connected to the fuse, and that rectangular piece that's coming in on an angle.
With the 2 holes.
With the 2 holes, thank you.
Sure.
That also has material loss. You can see that there's a kink in it. It's not designed that way, so that is another sign that there was perhaps high energy arcing at that point. And more evidence of that was looking closely at the inside of the end cap where there is beading. And that's basically those tiny little metal balls that you can see there that would be indicative of perhaps a high energy, maybe a thermal event or arcing within the end cap, and it may have come from the lug itself. However, this is still under analysis. Further testing is recommended on the fuses, and we will have additional updates on that in the report.
Yeah, and so on the quenching sand in this kind of event, Zara, you're expecting to see that sand be black, right, instead of the white, right? Okay, next slide, Bob. I'll start with the rail storage. Zara brought it up a minute ago briefly, but at BART, the maintenance practice for years and years, I don't even know, like forever, has been to do our rail in 800-foot sections. And I noticed before, or when talking to one of the directors about rail relay, so let me just explain. The term rail relay just means replacing the rail. That's our projects that we do all over the place. But given the short windows of maintenance windows during the blanket, that 3 hours where the power is off, it takes a long time to get that rail moved out to the right section and then to do the work. So what the practice has been is to bring rail out and place it wayside either in between the third rail and the running rail, or in between the 2 running rails. And then at a later time when we're doing the actual project where BART maintenance will go out when we have single tracking or weekend shutdown, and then replace the rail. They leave the old rail there, and then over the next period of time, come out during the blankets and pick that rail up or break it in. They cut it into sections and then take it out. But so what the team saw, and now I'll turn it over to Zara.
Thank you, Sylvia. So as part of the analysis on track, one of the findings was a non-standard practice to store ribbon rail in the gap between the running rail and the third rail. And in fact, to accommodate that, it does appear that the cantilever brackets were cut back. So in that top right photo, you can see an example of that where there is really like a diagonal, where you see that diagonal cut. That was cut back to accommodate this. So why is this important? Well, there was one event that did appear to include the ribbon rail or involve the ribbon rail. There was evidence of arcing found on that ribbon rail itself. So, yeah.
And since the investigation, all that rail's been removed in this area, by the way. So, and then you want to talk about the insulated joints.
Insulated joints were also carefully looked at. So, insulated joints are a normal part of the BART infrastructure. They're typically used to help with the detection of trains. And negative return current has got to go around those IJ locations. That's typically facilitated by little jumpers that go around the IJ. These are insulated joints of current. The DC return current cannot pass through them without going around. What we had noticed is that in support of the earlier project that was mentioned, IJs were installed at the locations shown on that graphic. So to picture an IJ, there's a photo of that captioned, and the graphic is showing the green rectangles as the IJs that were installed to support those projects, and the purple was also green at one time. So during the investigation, it was determined that through the rail relay work that was done on the M2 track, so basically a new length of running rail was installed on the M2 track on 10/12, and that IJ was removed. And then 2 weeks later, the other side, that running rail on the other side was removed, was installed, and then that IJ was removed. So basically, for a period of 2 weeks, there was a different operating condition in play for at least two of the incidents. So that too is being analysed, and again, it requires modelling to fully determine what the impacts are of this.
Thanks. Next slide.
Finally, just to be thorough, there was a huge effort to look at environmental factors and human and external factors. So, I mean, the slides I think are self-explanatory, but there is evidence of water intrusion in places. During one of the inspections, our team also noticed there was standing water in the Transbay Tube, but only a small area, and we submitted an RFI, and that was confirmed to be due to a sump pump, broken sump pump that's since been repaired. Generally, there's debris, as you can see, throughout the platform areas and the tunnel, and rail grinding as well, which I believe Shane can speak more to that on the rail grinding practices, because there are good measures in place to minimise that. So overall, because these incidents did happen in the TBT, the environmental factors will probably remain as one of the contributing factors, but not necessarily the root cause.
Next slide.
So the final area is the interface, and the interface is basically where all disciplines come together, and this is where we have basically the interaction of the shoe and the third rail. The team has looked at extensive data, including the geocar data, looking at track defects in particular and their locations. The team also performed a third rail gapping study, which confirms the location of third rail gaps. And one of the hypotheses is the possibility of a shoe bounce, or a quality of contact issue where a DC arc might momentarily form, but if it does form, perhaps it's being sustained. and we're looking into this as a possibility. But while we are looking at this, it is also important to remember that a small amount of arcing is also normal and on major, DC electrified third rail transit systems. It's momentary, it's not expected to be a sustained arc. But once a DC arc does form, it is very difficult to break that arc.
Next slide. These are all the improvements that have been implemented while the root cause analysis team has been working on the investigation. So I just want to mention that the first one up there is that there was a, not our structure, but San Francisco, at the San Francisco transition structure, there were 2 transformers that had been out of service, one from I think December of 2024, and then one in February, and that's been since put back in place. But all the ones with check marks are the work that maintenance has been doing to, for instance, restore the cross bonds, clean up debris, do, as Michael mentioned, cleaning the insulators, and also looking at the repairs of the negative return device. That one short was repaired, but we're looking at all the other devices as well, and looking at which ones need to be prioritized to be repaired or replaced. There is already a project for that, for maintenance to do that replacement. RSNS is working on further testing and looking at different things with vehicles. So there has been a lot that's gone on. Like I said, maintenance has removed that ribbon rail, and also been replacing direct fixation pads, which were found to also be degraded and also had some moisture. And again, that's a project that's being done by maintenance. Next slide. Do you want to talk about these? So in each, I'll talk about them. So we said in the beginning that for each incident, it was most likely multiple things that had caused those incidents. And there wasn't, even though we're kind of combining these into categories, there wasn't like one thing that affected every single incident. So this is just kind of a breakdown of the incidents that happened and what were the potential causes related to that. Again, except for incident 3, where we know that there was a rod that fell from the ceiling that had that impact. Next slide. And next steps, before I get started, I just want to say the picture on the right is not the BART system. It's a, it's a picture from the rail inspection vehicle software to use for display purposes. But the next steps, there's a couple of big ones. So first is finish the modeling that the consultant is doing of this area. They are putting in every single piece of equipment, everything in the system, just everything having to do with that. There's a couple things that are good with that. One, it's going to help us run different scenarios to validate the causes that we think about, that we've come up with, or the team has come up with, and then also be able to run scenarios to see if we can recreate that explosion digital or arcing digitally as opposed to physically. We're also looking at opportunities to better maintain our insulators, whether that means looking at different designs and materials that are being used nationally. We've already been in touch with many other agencies on their cleaning practices, as well as the type of insulators that they use. And then Zara mentioned for the vehicles, we're conducting some additional vibration studies and tests on the collector shoes. And then for policies and procedures, working with safety, I think between safety and maintenance, to develop a configuration control type document and procedures so that when certain changes are made in the system, they are signed off. Like that everybody knows that that's happened and they all agree to why it happened. And in that document or in that procedure, also what is the date for that to be put back the way that it should be. So I think that's something that's definitely an opportunity for us. And then I mentioned earlier about having constant, continual remote monitoring and logging tools. I want to note, and one of the reasons that we added the picture to the right, you guys, most people are familiar with our rail inspection vehicle. We use that for mostly, we've been using it mostly for track, looking at track defects and needs there. Just this week, we've started running it with power on to use that vehicle to look for any kind of heat anomalies or any kind of power anomalies in those areas. So that's, I think they've done 2 runs this week. So that's also something that we'll evaluate, the data that we're getting from there and how helpful that will be in the future. And with the modeling, depending on how it turns out and what we're able to do, it may be something that we want to expand to other pieces and other places in the system, again, to help identify and be proactive about any potential vulnerabilities. And with that, next slide, we will take questions.
Thank you, Michael, Sylvia, and Zara. I appreciate the very in-depth presentation about these incidents. Let us first turn to public comment before we go to director's comments. So, District Secretary, what do you have for us?
Okay, we have 4 public comments at the moment. The first is Glenn Overton. Glenn, please come up.
Madam President, Mr. General Manager and staff, Board of Directors. California in 2024 was a $4.1 trillion economy. What part of that economy does BART generate? You have objective or subjective accounting. I don't care whether it's objective or subjective. The state needs to realize its responsibility to refurbish a more than 50-year-old system. Those parts need changing. We take care of our bodies. We take care of our homes. We stitch our clothes, mend our socks. We don't take care of insulators because of budget neglect or something of that sort. A $4.1 trillion in 2024 budget, and all we're asking for is a budget that will renew this system.
Thank you, Glenn.
Jerry Grace, followed by Barney Spitz, Alita Dupree, and Roland. Jerry?
Good morning. I hope this is still morning. It's good afternoon. I don't know which. But I'm up here because, will you please put the picture number 13, please? I thought they would show the picture. I'm trying to point out to you guys about the picture up there on that screen because that machine that you use for the clipper, and that the machine I'm talking about the last time, and how for me use that machine because I do not know how to use that kind of machine. I had a BART station machine, I got that one, an AC Transit, had the same one before. They changed it. You have a San Francisco movie one, I don't like that one too much. And the same thing I just saw now, the yellow one, I don't know how to use that one, and it's a Kamui one. But everybody else have the same one, the gray one, better, the yellow one or the Kamui one. I don't like that one too much because I do not know how to use that machine. I tried to use it once before. I don't know how to do it. What I'm trying to, I hope you understand what I mean. Please, I wish somebody or someone or somebody could show me how to use that kind of machine. I asked somebody once before on San Francisco, and nobody there at all cannot help me. I didn't see nobody there at all help me using the machine, add more money on that clipper. Thank you.
Barney Smits, please go ahead.
Actually, Bob, I think GM Powers was going to respond.
I'll make it my business to help Mr. Grace with learning how to use that machine. Chairperson Foley.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Barney.
Thank you. My name is Barney Smith. I'm a licensed professional engineer with over 25 years experience as a BART engineer and a fire life safety expert. Looking at the report, I'm not sure what the hired expert consultants provided BART. There is no definitive conclusion. The report does not clearly present a root cause for these traction power arcing, flashover, and fire incidents. Of the 9 incidents investigated in the report, 1 within Lake Merritt Station appears to be a human or trash incident, and another has no comment. That leaves 7 incidents, 2 of which were in the Transbay tube. What is the root cause? It is clear from the report that 5 of the 7 remaining incidents have 4 or more possible causes, and that 6 of the 7 incidents have traction power transients as a cause, and all 7 incidents have environmental factors as a cause. Environmental factors are defined as metal dust, rail dust on the insulators, and moisture in the air. While some tunnels are very wet, like the poorly constructed tunnel from Colma to the airport, they are not relevant. The Transbay tube is very dry. So approximately 5 of the 7 incidents are in dry areas, leaving metal rail dust as the most likely root cause. Since insulator cleaning stopped 5 years ago, but was restored in December, note that 8 incidents took place in the 3 months between late August and late November. And only 1 incident, under investigation, has happened since the cleaning of the insulators restarted in December. The missing crossbonds are likely a contributing factor, as electrical power will choose the shortest distance to complete the circuit. The missing crossbonds force the power to arc down the dust-coated insulators. Note the significant coverboard damage. This indicates fire and is the source of the smoke that hindered train operations in the Transbay tube on August 29th. Hope this is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Barney.
The next speaker is Alita Dupree. Alita?
Thank you, Chair Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds representing Skirt Folds. Thank you for the report. I think it's comprehensive and helpful. I like going to the source. These incidents are like snowflakes. None is really like the other. They may have common themes, but they still have differences, even if they're nuanced. Arcing in the system does happen. I go to New York and I see arcing in the subway all the time. I was riding a Metro North train from New Haven, Connecticut, and I was riding through the big rail yards that lead into Grand Central Terminal, which is located in New York City. And we were in a yard, maybe, 20 tracks wide, and there was a big bang and flash that lit up the whole tunnel, and I think it kicked up a little bit of dust. That's arcing for you. And we proceeded as normal, and I'm sure they have ways that they saw what happened and they addressed it. And I appreciate the explanations about AC and DC and Ripple. I know it's not the same thing as the wine or the alcohol known as Ripple. And, AC is like a skirt with folds, and DC is like a skirt that does not have folds. And Ripple is kind of like having folds because no skirt is totally smooth. So you're always going to have some wrinkles in there. This is what I'm seeing. Now, how do we make sure these things don't happen again? And I do know that Bob Powers and Michael Jones, your management team, does take safety very seriously to the point of being paramount. I ask that you take it seriously too and remember that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita.
Sorry. And our last speaker is Roland. Roland, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Happy New Year. Well, I just want to express my personal gratitude for the quality of this report. And I'm going to circle back 11 years to show you how BART have moved forward in terms of transparency. I'm talking about the incidents when we were getting voltage surges. We now know the voltage, which is not 750, 783, and we were surging to 1500 volts. What was happening is that people were going at night, reprofiling the rail, but they were not picking up the shavings. And what ended up happening is that we had two sections feeding the same section of third rail at the same time, and that's how we ended with 1500 volts. And I'm not going to get into the details how we eventually figured it out, but what I can tell you is that what I'm telling you is probably the first time you ever heard of it. There was a complete blackout, there was no explanation, and suddenly the problem disappeared and, people just went on with their business. Fast forward 10 plus years and look at today, the transparency, the amount of analysis, and that is a direct result of good governance. Thank you, BART. We're in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland.
That was the last public speaker.
All right. I will now turn to director comments, and I do not see any directors in the queue at this point. Director Rayburn.
Oh, I'm first. I really don't feel qualified to speak elaborately on this. My academic training was not in the operation of high voltage electrical systems as at BART. Hence, I've refused to speculate on the 9 incidents. They involve power that disrupted service between August 29th and December 5th. Instead, I've encouraged our general manager to seek explanations from professionals and implement the necessary changes to end further delays. That's all of our goals, I'm sure. I am satisfied that the root cause analysis report we are reviewing followed a rigorous investigation and scientific process. Is the report conclusive? No, but it identified several contributing factors. BART has already acted to change operational procedures and advance numerous infrastructure changes, as illustrated on page 23 of the report. This allows me a degree of optimism that we're doing our best to protect our passengers from harm or delay. As well, in the near term, I anticipate completing the upgrades to the 10 megawatt Transbay East substation, the KTE abbreviation, to replace a temporary 3 megawatt portable substation. I also anticipate the operation of BART's modern rail geometry car to inspect the system while the system is energized. And with those additional data points and removing variations in some of the potential causes by correcting the cross bonds, I think that's a critical aspect of what we've done already. So all I can say is good work so far, and let's keep working at it until we get it down to no defects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other director comments? Oh, we have a virtual system you can use. Director Ames?
Sorry, I have a little technical problem with my computer. Okay, sorry, I would like to go to slide 3. Oh, I can't look at the slide, so I need some technical support, but can we go to slide 3, please? Yes, okay. So on August 29th, we had a evaluation, staff did an evaluation on the smoke in the tube. And it was on August 29th. And we also had 2 other incidents that I don't see on there. And there were 3 separate incidents. They were not collectively the problem. It was very specific, different locations. So we had a power outage at West Oakland in the morning. It was like around 5 a.m. So that was likely due to a malfunction with the switches, which maybe even could equate to something that happened in San Leandro, but not as bad. But we lost power completely in West Oakland. Then in the afternoon, there was a train that lost a paddle, a car lost a paddle, and a fuse was blown, and there was a small fire. And that was in the afternoon. I think it was around 2 o'clock somewhere. And then we had the smoke in the tunnel, which was a commute hour, around 5 o'clock. So this is why I don't think collectively all of these things are forming to an unknown situation where we have hypotheses and we have more questions. I think we have isolated events that we need to hone in on. And I just want to now focus. So right now, I don't see those incidents on August 29th. Right now, it looks like we're just focusing on loud noises, insulator flashes. But I really want to hone in on August 29th and get more information on this, because I do think we can get to the bottom of the root cause quickly. Although we have a lot of good analysis that shows there's room for improvement. But I want to go to like slide, I guess, 4. So this to me is a slide that's telling, because you need to define the problem before you collect the data. So did we define the problem here? It doesn't look like we did. We went to this really giant field of possibilities and created hypotheses. So this is a frustrating report, although there's a lot of good data in there to look at, but I don't see massive, studies and more follow-up in the fashion that's being presented today. But so again, I'll go back to August 29th. I would say, what data did we collect, for example, on the power outage at West Oakland? I'd like to know what that is. And then why are we having paddles being removed off the train car? And then we've got the insulator problems, which is likely the cause of the Transbay Tube smoke event. Because I do recall when we got an evaluation from staff on September 11th, there was a blown insulator picture. That was the 29th. And we showed the blown insulator, and it looked conclusive it was an insulator. So when we started compiling data, I guess I'd ask the consultant, when you did all these RFIs and you got information, did you get information on the maintenance of the insulators?
Yes.
So what was the determination of the maintenance on the insulators? I apologize for my voice.
Well, we reviewed all of the Maximo records, and it does appear that there is a maintenance process in place for the insulators. We did also obtain that data on the West Oakland outage that you're referring to. We've looked extensively as well at SCADA logs, ICS logs, and as well as the field investigation and forensics. But overall, the information is as presented here. There is nothing, there's no evidence currently that would suggest that the insulator was the root cause of that particular incident at this stage.
So I just want to drill down on this because I want to understand what was the maintenance for the insulators when this data collection started. I just want to know what was given to the consultant and the data of what we did on the insulators. What was the maintenance program? So maybe we got to get back to me on this.
Well, I think there's some confusion. So I will speak up and then we'll go from here. There is some Maximo data that the consultants looked for. There's also replacement projects that say if there's a if there's a defect or we see a defect when we're inspecting it, that we should replace the insulator. But I think what you're maybe getting to the question is did we have a cleaning protocol in place? And I think the answer is no, we did not have a cleaning protocol in place.
So can we get the information of what we were doing and
Sure.
why we stopped the cleaning? Because I think this is a repetitive, a question I get often from the press.
Yes,
So
understood.
I would like to get that, and I appreciate you trying to be transparent on this.
Sorry, Director Ames, the last cleaning program we had, my understanding was we were using dry ice and it was deteriorating the quality of the insulators, and that's why we refrained from doing that moving forward.
It would be great to get the detail as part of this investigation, what was happening and then why it stopped, just on the cleaning itself of the insulators. So let's, this is the scientific approach. I think, did you on the data collection, I guess maybe we can jump over to another slide because this is not very exciting. We can go to the paddle, showing a paddle of the train. Oh, there it is. Well, the collector paddle. Oh, you want to do another slide? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'd like to know why that paddle got dislodged off the car and how many times that has happened during this time frame. So to me, this is another data point that's interesting, like what happened, and I know you're going to evaluate this. I guess it's called a collector shoe. Sorry, it's not called a paddle. Sorry. But to find out why these paddles are coming off the cars is a concern. This is a separate issue now. We've got insulators, and now we've got this issue. This is a car issue, train car issue. And if a paddle comes off and doesn't connect to the third rail, what happens to the system? Does it a fire start? Does the fuse blow? Because that was my understanding.
Director Ames, I'm going to ask Leo Pica, our Chief Rolling Stock Officer, to answer that question. I will say that I think Zara and Leo will say that that is a common occurrence as well, but I'll let Leo speak for himself.
Thank you.
Hello, directors. Leo Pica, Chief Mechanical Officer at RSNS. So the paddles are designed to break. They have a notch in there, so they're designed to break. So when a paddle breaks, the oil collector on the car will carry the load, and even if two paddles breaks, the rest of the cars will take over. So they're designed to break. It is better for the paddle to break than damage the collector assembly. That assembly that is on red with the fuse and other items. So,
is it your understanding that if a paddle breaks, something the fuse in the train car could blow? From your experience.
So the paddle is what connects to the third rail. So once the paddle is broken, no power is going to the fuse or the collector assembly. Then the ore assembly on the ore side of the car will take over Also, when the trains travel, right, each car has 4 paddles. So as the train is traveling, any one of those paddles will collect power from the third rail.
So my understanding is there's a surge of power without the paddle, and then the fuse blows. Is that not correct? Maybe I can ask a consultant this. I'd like to know the nexus between the blown fuse in the train car and the paddle issue. So maybe this can be done further. I just thought we might have known.
Director Ames, we're happy to bring you into the office and walk you through and trace the power from the shoe collector to the paddle. Happy to bring you into the office with Leo and walk you through very patiently all of those mechanics.
Okay, I think it would be good to know, because I know there was a fire that happened when that paddle came off, a fuse was blown, and it was a very small fire. It wasn't huge, but it got resolved. This is all on August 29th. So I think that's a separate issue, and I'm glad you're looking at this to find out what's happening between, I guess there's another picture of the fuse, but we've got fuses in the train cars that are also a problem. So I'd like to know the nexus of what's happening between those two systems, and that's a train car issue. And I think I just wanted to maybe conclude to the, because I know there are a lot of questions probably, maybe to the next steps. Wait, I want to go right before the next steps. And I just want to point out something to the consultant, because I know you've worked with WMATA. WMATA, Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. This is in Washington, D.C., just people don't know what WMATA is. The Federal Transportation Administration actually gave a safety directive to WMATA. And I just want to read this because it's related to insulators. Excuse me, let me just look here. Where is it? Apologize. Okay, WMATA, this is from the FTA, it's a safety directive. WMATA must update design specifications for third rail insulators and establish update procedures for testing, storage, install, inspect, cleaning, and replacement. And it goes into details related to that directive. And then the other directive is WMATA must explain the original intent of replacement program, define the rationale for stopping the program, and clarify intentions to reinstate the program of putting in, I guess what they did is they stopped repairing their insulators or stopped cleaning their insulators. So to me, this is a root cause. I know that staff says we don't know what the root cause is for the insulators, but this is a tried and true issue. And with finding out that we didn't maintain the insulators, could be something that, FTA is interested in, because they clearly told WMATA, directed WMATA to further replace the insulators and maintain the insulators. So this is very serious to me. I don't know what we're going to do with this report. I don't know if FTA is going to get involved with this. I don't really want them to get involved. But I would like to go to the next steps, please, because I think it gets to what you want to do. The next steps. Oh, yeah. So this is great. I mean, conduct additional research on insulator designs and materials and cleaning practices. So this is what the FTA asked WMATA to do. So I think we're on track with this. But I want it to be a direct result of what we didn't do, we didn't clean, and that is essentially the root cause. And this is what we're going to do now. The next step, we're going to look at
Just to be clear, Director, you should be, I would caution us.
Okay.
Michael was very clear, the Deputy GM was very clear, our experts in this field were very clear that the insulator, the cleanliness of the insulators was not the root cause. So I would just caution us to choose your words wisely, because as of right now, that's not the case. So I just got to push back and just ask you to be careful there.
Okay, maybe we get some more data and then we can figure out this is a link. The lack of cleaning relates to a new program, less flashovers, less explosions. I do appreciate that you clean the insulators in the tube, so that's a step forward. And I know Shane said he was going to start cleaning the insulators, even though he knew the report was coming out.
But
So I
you heard,
appreciate that very
Director,
much.
again, I'm going to be clear, you heard from our experts here, the insulators, the cleanliness of the insulators, that alone by itself was not the singular root cause. You've heard that, and you keep pushing, you keep trying to make the statement that it is not that.
So are we deciding right now that it's not true, that the cleaning has nothing to do with the exploding insulators?
Isolated just the cleanliness of the insulators, no.
Okay, I beg to differ. If we go back in time, I'd like to go back in time to see what insulators blew up with BART's history and find out what we did. If there was an insulator issue with BART, I would like to know to just validate what I'm saying. So I see your point. We don't want to jump to conclusions, but I want to see more maintenance data and historical data that happened to BART. If we had blown insulators and we started cleaning and it resolved the issue, then maybe then we're done.
So well, I don't know if we'll ever be done, Director. It's continuous improvement. That's what we're all about, So I would just say, Director, I hope you're with me and Michael and the team up here. What we're trying to do is minimize these occurrences, eliminate these occurrences, right? And with the best possible data that we have, that's where we want your help with, right? And we have 100,000 insulators out there, and insulators go out, not just on BART, on other systems. And so we're doing the work right now. So we're moving forward to collect the data, to find out where the risk points are, eliminate those risks with the goal of eliminating these outages in the future, moving forward, all right? We're not going to spend, I'm not going back 10 years and looking at every single insulator that went out. Yeah, I'm not.
I just want to try to correlate the cleaning related to the exploding insulators. That's all. I mean, I'm just trying to rule
I'm
out
moving
that.
forward to make this world-class operation even more world-class, Director Ames.
Right. I'm on the same page with that. So going to the vehicles, we want to look at the vibration study and the fuse assembly. I just like to know, can we get more information of why the shoes are coming off and if that's causing a flashover? I mean, that's just the next step.
Again, the shoes, the paddles and the shoes, they're all designed. Leah, we're going to bring you in, and I'm being I'm trying to help us move this discussion forward because I want to hear if we've missed anything, if you think that we're short here or need to pay attention more there. But the design, happy to bring you in, Director Ames, and give you a graduate level course with Leo and his team on the design and how the paddles are designed to the shoes, to the cars, and how the power. Happy to do that and walk you through very with great detail, and so that you can fully understand how that works.
Yeah, and I want to appreciate. I do want to say to BART that we have done a lot of work in the system. We replaced the 34.5 kV cable from Balboa to the West Portal. We replaced a lot of equipment related to grounding, monitoring the currents in the system. Sylvia, you had brought up, you want to show that slide that you brought up that showed that we spent $22 million. I think that was another slide you had on there.
That's not on the slide, but it's the MPRs. If we go to the MPR.
The multifunction relays.
Yes. So we already have a project in place that's funded for about $22 million to replace those system-wide.
And then we also do retrofitting of negative grounding, which is critical.
Right.
For limiting voltage. So I say BART's really doing a good job. You're seeing an assessment of our system that may not be the root cause of the insulators, but you're basically showing that it works. It's not, I don't see a real threat here based on what the consultant provided, other than We do have some problems with the trains, the paddles, the fuses, the insulators, and there's a power outage with, for some reason, the substation goes out. And I'd like to know exactly how we resolved that particular issue, which was on the 29th.
Director
But that-
Ames,
I'm
just-
gonna-
Director Ames, for the record, the things that you just said are not accurate. We have, unless you are making the assertions that the consultants that we've hired are not professionals, are not credentialed, and are willing to risk their professional engineering licenses, that comment that you just made is not accurate.
Which comment was that?
We have problems with our paddles, we have problems with our fuses, we have problems with our insulators. The consultant just told you that those are not root causes for these incidents. So what you're saying, unless you are asserting that the Parsons team, a global firm, is willfully at this dais telling you untruths, your comments are inaccurate.
So maybe I want to be clear about this. I don't think we have enough information on the insulators. I want to know what the maintenance is, what we were doing and not doing. And I just read off to you that WMATA was had a safety directive to maintain their insulators. And I want to know what we're going to do. And I think it is a problem. I'm not saying
Director
they don't
Ames?
know what they're doing.
Director
Okay,
Ames,
sure.
we have other directors in the queue, and we've,
Okay, I'll move on. Thank you.
thank you. Vice President Wright, followed by Director Ghosh.
Thank you. I guess I have to start by saying we are not the WMATA board. Sylvia, have we been issued any FTA directives on insulator cleaning?
No. we have not.
Okay, just for the record, Zara, in your expert opinion, is insulator cleaning a problem at BART?
I think there's certainly challenges to cleaning the insulators. Certainly, that's an issue everywhere, though, not just at BART.
And I think the question is, do you think that's a problem at BART? Or do you think that they're...
Do you think it's the root cause of this?
Ultimately, I would say that based on the evidence, it does not appear to have been the root cause. So with the photo that we presented earlier with the coverboard damage that is directly above the insulator, and you even had a comment from Barney Smits, who also did weigh in on that it's coming from above. The insulator flashover is secondary. It's irrelevant to some extent, whether even there's a hypothesis that even if you had a new insulator in that location, if it was subjected to that type of event from above, it would have probably also failed in the same way. So we are well aware of all of the circumstances, and if you look back at that slide, there were a number of other insulators that were in between that were subjected to this similar environmental conditions, and they did not fail. There are also incidents that do not include insulator failures. And even the ones that did have some insulator involvement, those insulators, in some cases, there's a glow, which we describe as corona discharge. They actually didn't fully fail. They did not flash over, which actually speaks to the resilience of some of those insulators in those conditions. So we are fully aware. Of course, there's no such thing as a perfect insulator, but these are special circumstances, and our team has read the WMATA report. We are well aware of that, but these are different circumstances to what WMATA was dealing with.
Thank you. That on that particular question sounds conclusive to me. Thank you, Zara. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Bob. Where I wanted to start my comments is that I think day-to-day BART reliability is great, and our on-time performance is great. Our ridership is up, crime is way down, customer satisfaction is at historic highs. All of that is true. None of that should be lost in this conversation, and none of that excuses these service shutdowns and disruptions. I know our management knows that, and I don't think anyone is here making excuses. I think the detail and rigor of this analysis speaks for itself, and it shows this is a serious problem that we are taking seriously. I do have questions. And Sylvia, I'm sorry I did not ask more of them in our briefing. In all honesty, it took me a while to absorb this. This is a really substantive analysis. I think it does a disservice to the rigor of the work to limit it to a slide deck and a 2-sentence memo. I've talked about this before, but the item before this, just for example, had a 27-page detailed report in the packet that is the real meat of that item, and I'm disappointed we didn't have that here. I know this is a norm for BART, but I think it is a norm that we need to change. Now, onto the slides and questions. For this, I really want to focus on the things that were in our control and decisions that were made by BART, because there's a lot of things that are not in our control. Can we go to slide 12?
So Sylvia, you could change the slide now.
Okay, thank you. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this one a little bit. I understand why the crossponds were removed. I don't understand why they weren't put back. And I don't understand why for nearly 6 years we went without what seems like a pretty important aspect of our system as it was designed. Can you just speak to that a little bit more?
I'll turn it over to Shane Edwards, the AGM of Operations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Director. So first of all, no excuses. But that being said, it was initially done as a result of a safety factor that was recognized during the TBT retrofit project. In order to isolate the track they were working on, you have to make it an island and disconnect it from the other track, which is going to conduct current and make it has to go somewhere. So every night they would go in at 9 p.m. during revenue service, between 9 and 9:30 p.m.
I'm sorry, just in the interest of time. I do understand why it happened.
Okay.
I'm just asking, why were they not put back, and why did it take 6 years for us to kind of talk about this?
Well, Sylvia mentioned the change control document that we've got to come up with and work together on from a project to maintenance standpoint. We're usually the first one's in and the last one's out, and that's something that you can't close out the project or take in this case, close the project out with under budget, on schedule. And we shouldn't just report that out. We should report that all things have been put back in the same configuration that they were prior to the project starting.
But
yes,
Director, just to be clear,
so we need to have a closeout document.
Yeah, Sylvia's got it together, moving forward. But you're absolutely right. They came out with the Transbay 2 project. They should have put back in. There's no two ways. We didn't put them back in, right? And that's on, the people up here. That's on the people in the audience here, from the maintenance folks and the operations folks. They should have been put back in, with that project. Or that project should have had operations put them back in. And so they're back in now. She's got the change stuff in. But, I've had this discussion, that same question, on Tuesday. I'm like, well, take them out, fine, for a safety thing. But they should have been put back in with that project. And there's no two ways about that. So we're owning that. And Shane knows that. But he's not going to sugarcoat over that those bonds should have been put back in.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just to kind of clarify what you said as kind of the action we're taking in response, do we now have just sort of standardized project language or contract language on returning work sites to normal operating order?
Director Wright, we do not have that today, but we will have it within the next, few weeks for that part. And then we're working with safety on what would be the right configuration control or change control process, because that's something that would, so if this type of event happened in the past, who all needs to sign off that they all agree,
right.
Stack hands, and again, a date of when they're going to be put back. So, yes.
Okay, and are we looking at other projects that have happened just to make sure this kind of thing didn't happen elsewhere?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Slide 17. On the MPRs being disabled, were these considered in a state of good repair when they were disabled, or were they considered past their useful life?
They were considered past their useful life, which is why we have a project to replace them all.
Excellent. So that, to me, speaks to the lack of funding that we've had for capital improvements, capital work. I appreciate that. Slide 20 on rail relay storage. Something you said on this slide has stuck with me, which is that the way we were storing the rail relays was a maintenance practice forever. And that sentiment to me might be one of the root causes here. I don't know how many other longstanding practices that we might have that are not best practices. I'm not the expert. I'm not trying to pretend like I am. But I do think we should be thinking about a broader commitment to review and to reform where it's needed, not limited to the causes that we've looked at through this analysis, but across our maintenance work. Slide 23. I don't need it now, but I would love it if you could follow up with implementation timelines for all of the in-progress improvements. I would also love implementation timelines for the next steps listed on slide 25.
So we brought that up at our prep meeting, Director. We'll pull together an update, on all of those that are in progress, where we are, the timeline, and we'll provide all that information to the entire board.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And just in general, this has already been talked about, but I think it seems to me like this is more of an interim update than a final report. Am I correct in that judgment?
We're not done with all the investigation. Yes.
Thank you. And I think that's fine. I'm glad we didn't wait for a conclusion to have a conversation about this. I do hope that this will come back to the board as a final report when we're ready. I trust that that will happen. Just to summarize, I think we have confirmed. Thank you. And just to summarize, I think we have done a lot of work to understand what has happened. I think we are doing a lot of things to address potential causes and prevent these disruptions from happening again. And we don't have a sure or short answer to what's causing this, because this is lots of different things at different times in different places, and this is a really complex system. And that's frustrating, but it's honest. And what I want to focus on is having clear timeframes for the next steps that we're taking. I think we need a clear commitment to a broader review of longstanding maintenance practices. Just the fact that you mentioned briefly that we haven't had anyone signing off on system changes is alarming to me. I think we need to do a better job making our performance metrics easily accessible to the public so they don't only see or hear about our performance when it's bad. And I think we need to have some conversations on responsibility and accountability on this, because BART is essential infrastructure for the Bay Area, and that means we can't fail. And we have. It's not about being punitive. It's about taking responsibility. And I just want to close by, again, thanking everyone who contributed to this work and the immense amount of work that's gone into it. It's not conclusive. It is critical. It's comprehensive, and it is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Goetsch, followed by Director Flores.
Thank you. I think I shared this during our briefing, that this is a lot for someone who's not an engineer to internalize. At the same time, the board is not the only people who are looking at these reports. So I truly appreciate the depth, the detail, the rigor, and the transparency and the vulnerability with which we are sharing this information. I think it's really critical and important to do it in that way. And I think it would be nice if we had a clear root cause, that it wasn't so messy, that we could just have the insulators and start cleaning them. So I think, we have to keep that in mind. The easy answer would be to have a clear root cause. The more difficult answer is it's a fragile system in many ways that a lot of folks work to keep resilient and work on redundancies to keep BART sort of going and moving. And again, to Director Wright's, to VP Wright's point about we are seeing really high satisfaction with BART service right now. That being said, I do have to say that these kind of failures are devastating for our riders. My bus was 10 minutes late today, and just the stress of waiting, knowing if I'm going to make it to the meeting on time, it really messes with your day, with your job, with your life, especially it messes with our freeways. It really does drive home the point that we're a critical part of moving people around the Bay. So we do have to do better. But the responsibility for that doesn't just lie with BART, it lies with our funding, it lies with historical underinvestment in the maintenance of our public transit systems, all of that. So I hope that I know the board has been very clear that we want you to look at this, and we want you to look at it in depth, and we want you to figure out everything that we could be doing better to avoid these incidents in the future. So I would like you all to continue on this and report back on these sort of scenarios and to understand how electricity moves through our system and what we can do to make it better. I think there are benefits to this study just in figuring out if there are like small things across the system that we could be doing better. It's almost like an audit of how our system works day to day. What are some best practices that we can implement, along with understanding that some of these challenges around how much time do we have to do this work. I think with the storage of the rails, it's because we have a very limited amount of time to do the work, right? So you're trying to like phase it. So the solutions will not be just engineering, it will also be human factors, it'll be processes, and we have to make sure that in the process of doing this, we don't create any new issues, especially when we're so focused, if we are so focused on the insulators, we know that we stop cleaning them to avoid other issues. So it's a little bit of a game to figure out, how to make the system work for us in the best way possible. I did want to ask, in your further analysis, is there any incorporation of the schedule changes that happened just before the first incident? I think August 11th is when some schedule changes happened. I'm curious about that, or if you've looked at it and put it aside as this is not a factor. I didn't hear that being discussed. And then the second thing is, just looking at where the incidents happen, it's very much in that particular area, and that particular area does see, from my understanding, the most amount of train traffic compared to any other part of the system. So I'm also just curious if you had any kind of control sample where that's comparable, where it may not be exactly there, but somewhere else that sees similar amount of train traffic or that can be tested in any way. So I'm just curious if you had, because as a layperson, that's the first thing that comes to me is the schedule change and the heavy usage of that particular section. So in this sort of traction power load flow analysis that you're doing, is that something you all will consider, or there are plans to consider, or has it been put aside?
No, that's a good question. We did look at the schedule change and what the impact, and also one of the things that we asked for and did review is, for instance, on the 829 incident in the afternoon, to look at all the trains and the cars, the number of cars, and where they were between just past West Oakland and just past Civic Center on a map to see where they were and how the configuration. And then we also compared that to exactly the way the system looked a month earlier to see how many cars, to see if there's anything. And there was nothing mind-blowing out of that, but this is where, when we do the modeling, then we'll be able to put all those trains in and the cars in, and whether they're accelerating or decelerating, and see how that negative return works, and see if there's anything that comes out of that. That's one of the values of that.
I appreciate that. I would have loved it to be one of these sort of bullet points that, in that slide, because I think it's so specific to where it happened. That addressing that will be important to us understanding the entire system. So, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Flores.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to begin by stating that I think what's been clearly said, but want to reemphasize that our customers and taxpayers deserve transparency, accountability, and quality service. And this presentation is part of that process. I believe that having an outside group investigate these incidents to provide an outside and non-biased perspective is important, just to make sure that we're not missing anything. And while more analysis work needs to be done, it's important that we have that information early, right now, so that we can share that out with the public. And glad that this is not a final report. We are expecting that to come back, so that we can have more concrete information that's taking place. So just with that being said, I do want to thank you all for the next steps and making sure that we get more details on that and sharing that out. But I do have a few follow-up questions. I was curious about the fuses. It was noted that it showed non-standard failure. Do we have suspected causes for non-standard failure, or is this still something that is too early to tell?
We're currently investigating that, and this is why we've recommended further testing.
Okay, thank you. And then just on the the paddles, just so I'm understanding correctly, what it sounds like is that the paddles are designed to brake as a safety function. So if that does happen, could be associated with some of these other causes. The paddle braking in itself would not necessarily be the cause of arcing, blown covers, anything like that, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
So we've looked extensively at the paddle loss. We have data on that. There's a loss of analysis done on the vehicle logs, and it certainly has been included in that analysis. It does appear that it's a number of factors coming together, unusual circumstances, if you like. It certainly has not been ruled out, but it's part of the analysis.
Okay, that is helpful for me to know. I just want to make sure, one of the things that I feel Director Ames is saying, and she can correct me if I'm wrong later, is that potentially the insulators may be the root cause of some of these issues. But what I'm seeing in this presentation and what I'm hearing is that rather than the insulators being the cause of these issues, it is these other, whether environmental, human, all of these other issues could be the potential causing factors for the insulators being blown, or in some cases they're not blown, rather than the insulators being the cause, right? Is that what I'm understanding from you all right now?
That's correct. There appears to be, in some cases, an underlying factor. Perhaps the insulators may be more susceptible to failure given the conditions, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they were the root cause.
Okay. That's, I think, important for me to understand, just because there's 9, 8, 7 separate incidences with different potentially contributing causes. And I did like what Director Ames said about narrowing it down per incident to see, because there might not be that one single cause. So just understand what happened in the separate incidents would be helpful. So that's all I wanted to clarify, just to make sure that I was on the same page with all of you, because it sounded like there was a lot of back and forth. So I just want to make sure I understood what you were all saying correctly.
Director Flores, even though you didn't ask a question directly, there will be a final report that will come in in the format that Director Wright is expecting as well. In that you saw that one incident that we laid out that showed the insulators. We'll do a similar diagram for every single incident so that you guys will have that. But again, once we get to the final report stage, it'll include that for every single incident.
Yeah, that'll be great. And yeah, thank you all for outlining the next steps and moving forward so quickly. I think that's it for me for right now, and look forward to getting more information at a later point. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hernandez, followed by Director Lee.
Thank you. Sylvia, you and I spoke yesterday with regards to what was going to be in discussion today. And the one thing that I see, BART's been a system for over 50 years. And the one item that I kind of brought to mind was the checks and balances, and making sure that each director that's in charge of whether it's, maintenance or the rail system or any other item is to make sure that we are being proactive. I know we cannot, know every incident that's going to happen, but it's our due, diligence to make sure there's communication and going back and making sure that each item is checked off. And when I say that is, when a pilot gets into a cockpit, his responsibility is to make sure he checks everything off before that plane moves forward. And if something is not correct, then maintenance comes in, either they fix the problem and move on, or they actually cancel the flight, and so on. And so what I'm seeing from our discussion a little bit is making sure that each director is responsible for checking off that list. And I just want to make sure that it's clear that each director for each department moving forward understands that, whether it's making sure that there's more checkoffs, making sure that our general manager gets the last word. Can you just clarify just how we're going to do that moving forward?
Well, I think it's a combination. What Shane's direction to his staff and his maintenance departments. I think there's also, though, from a higher level, there's a change. We need to put into place a change control board that has safety, has a general manager, has the AGM of operations signing off, potentially the AGM of OID, depending on if it's a construction project versus a maintenance project. So I think, in initial conversations with our chief safety officer, what he talked about is a change control board, basically. So I think what we'd have to do is use maybe our asset risk register to identify criticality of assets, which we already know what that is. And I think we need to put, a set of criteria that says, if this changes in this configuration, you're not allowed to make that change without this sign off. And BART has tons of processes that require us to do system access requests or sites, what's the SSW stand for? Thank you, site-specific work plans that have to get into place months before we do the work. So we can tack it onto that process, right, that it says this person has to sign off before you can move forward. And I think in some of those cases that needs to get escalated up. And again, part of that has to be, what are you going to do at the end? How are you going to put that back in place? And again, like Shane says, maintenance is in there first, maintenance is in there last. So there needs to be something that triggers that sign off either through maintenance or through the contractor that says that work has been completed.
And President Hernandez, and just to add to what she's saying a little bit more directly, this accountability and however you want to frame it, the check off, the pilot, and checking that, those folks that you're talking about, those pilots are in this room right here, and that's why Michael brought them in here, right? It's Mike Gibson. It's Derek Calhoun, it's Leo Pica, it's Jeff Lau, it's Miat San. Those are the pilots you're talking about that are responsible for these elements within the system. And that checklist, that checkoff list before, that's their world. And so having them hear that comment from you is very powerful, because that kind of accountability is what we need to get to what Director Ghosh was talking about improving the system, improving the reliability for our riders. I couldn't agree more.
Thank you, and I just bring that forward because in a city, I always refer back to the city, is we tend to do that, right? We want to make sure that before we have something that needs to be fixed because it's aging, that we want to bring it forward in enough time so that we can beat that time lapse. So just wanted to make sure that we're all in the same vision of moving forward, and I do appreciate the thorough report.
Thank you. Director Lee.
I have really brief comments here because so many of my colleagues have said so much. I would like to first associate myself with the comments that have thanked staff and our third-party consultants at Parsons for the extensive investigation. I particularly want to associate myself with Director Wright's comments. Look, we've been at this conversation for 2 hours now? That is such a tiny fraction of the near 15,000 hours that went into the investigation, and no one on this board, love you all, my colleagues, no one on this board are subject matter experts, and certainly we are not subject matter experts on the breadth of knowledge needed to unravel the situations that had happened, which is why we bring in third-party consultants, which amongst all of your people, y'all can figure this out. We're not gonna figure this out. We're not gonna just go into our grab bag of brainstorm ideas and be like, have you looked at this? You have. You've done 15,000 hours of looking at stuff, and we're not gonna do that in 2 hours here, and we're not smart enough to do that in 2 hours here, so I'm not gonna pretend like we can. What I think is really, really important is that BART is safe for our riders. And we know that BART is safe for our riders because born out of our data, you can see that in our quarterly performance reviews. I looked at our latest one that you presented back in December, and that covers Q1 of our current fiscal year. So that's July, August, and September, which includes a few of the incidents that you investigated. We have 0.14 vehicle incidents per million riders when looking at our passenger safety numbers. Give or take, we have about 1 million rides per week in our system. So you can see how incredibly rare passenger safety incidents on our trains occur. That puts, I would say, BART as one of the safest transit systems in our country, and that is in the data that we report to the FTA regularly and that we present to the public quarterly. BART is a damn safe system. So thank you for those efforts. With all that said, I'm echoing, what Director Wright said. It's the perception of safety, it's the feeling of safety that makes the difference for our riders in trusting us as a government agency and trusting us and believing beyond just the numbers that we truly are the safest system. And I think that this investigation, these man-hours, this deeper look, and ultimately what will become, a final full report, is that level of transparency we need to give credibility to the work that you've all done, that Parsons has done, to ensure that we remain safe, that we are being proactive, we are learning, we are building into our protocols every step of our construction projects, every step of our state of good repair work, that we are doing everything right, we are being proactive, and we are preventing further incidents from occurring that keep our system running. So I'll end my comments there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Lee. Let me ask a few questions or provide a few comments before we wrap up. So first off, thank you. Honesty and transparency are critical in government, and so you're coming to us today and identifying some areas where we have some gaps that we can fix is important. That does build our reputation in the area, that folks know that we do care about ridership. But I will also be clear that when BART has an issue, it isn't just BART passengers that are impacted. It is the entire Bay Area, and traffic throughout the Bay Area is greatly impacted when we aren't able to provide service. So the world is much larger than the ridership that we live in today. So I look at this as a learning opportunity. This is a chance for us as an agency to identify what we see are challenges that we can address and to understand maybe what are some of the challenges we're not yet seeing. So I welcome this. I feel that ultimately this is in the best interest of BART, but also the greater Bay Area. So that said, did we look at other electrified railways and did they experience similar sort of issues throughout the world? Are we unique in this sense, or is this something that other agencies have experienced, and did we gain anything from that?
Yes, we have looked at other systems, and many team members and SMEs and technical specialists actually have direct experience working for those other agencies. Not just myself, but other members of the team have worked for New York City Transit and other agencies. So that data point, those data points are there. I think it's too early to say right now, but based on our understanding and our analysis, these circumstances appear to be quite unique to this system.
Thank you. We've been told BART's unique many times before, okay. So understood. As part of this sort of data analysis, did we bring in Alstom, the folks that take care of our trains for us, the creators of our trains, to give us some sort of SME feedback?
Director, we did not yet, or Chair, sorry about that. We have not brought them in yet. We wanted to do this completely independent as far as that review, but we do plan to bring them in as we move forward.
Yeah, based on some of what I'm hearing today, I think that it's critical that we bring in our train manufacturer to really look at, are there any contributing issues or potential causes? So I think that would be critical for us to do. And kind of speaking to that issue, do we capture any undercarriage video? Because I think we should explore that if we don't.
We don't right now, but it is one of the recommendations from the team. There's different reasons why we haven't done that, but definitely something we can talk to the chief mechanical officer.
All right. To me, it's another data point and another potential piece of the puzzle to help us maybe identify and see some of these challenges. And then lastly, I know you mentioned rail grinding vehicles and not necessarily being, a root cause, but could be a contributing factor. Have we thought about, I know at home, if you're sanding, some of your tools have a vac built into it so that dust is captured as you're grinding. Have we looked at maybe retrofitting vehicles to try to capture some of that rail dust as we're grinding?
So Director, we have 2 rail grinders on the system. They have vacuum systems on them with 2 collector cars, and they collect as much of the spoils and not micro dust, but dust that it can. And then, but the other thing that we're talking about when we're talking about metal dust is the wheel rail interface, which does not get picked up by a grinder every single night, obviously, because the rail's not going to get any newer and the wheels aren't going to get any newer. So we've got that dilemma as well.
Understood. All right. Well, maybe we need a vacuum truck to run around the system. Anyway, with that, I will conclude my feedback and the E&O agenda items, and I will turn it back over to President Hernandez.
Thank you, Directors.
Thank you. Our item number 8 is our planning, public affairs, access, and legislation items, and this is chaired by Chair Rayburn.
Okay, we'll plow on through the planning, public affairs, access, and legislation. We have one item to discuss, and it's the...
Excuse me, can you please take out any conversation outside of this room?
Continue your conversation outside. And the one item for approval is the goals and objectives for the Fremont Station Transit-Oriented Development Project. Each of the directors have a letter from the City of Fremont's Community Development Director, or signed by the Development Director. It's a very supportive letter, and I want to share that I am excited about this project, and I hope that we can move right along with getting everybody's input into those goals and objectives without delay. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Director Rayburn. We're excited about this project as well. So we're here to get approval today on the goals and objectives for the Fremont TOD. Our staff has worked with stakeholders in the city to take the board-adopted TOD goals and develop specific project objectives. So we have Matt Lewis, who is our principal property development officer on our TOD team, and Kamala Parks, who is our principal planner on station planning. And right now I'll hand it to Kashika, who is our director of TOD.
Good afternoon, directors. Before I hand it over to Matt and Kamala to walk through the presentation, I just want to say a few things about why Fremont is such a great TOD opportunity. The station opened in the early 70s and for 45 years served as a major access point into the BART system. And in 2017, when the Warm Springs station opened, there was no longer a huge demand for parking at the Fremont station.
Can you pull the mic a little closer? It's
Oh.
really loud outside.
Okay. So there was no longer a huge demand for parking as there had been in the past at the Fremont station with the opening of the Warm Springs station. So with close to 2,000 parking spaces, with less than 30% now being utilized, we think that the Fremont station can be very thoughtfully developed to create residential housing, walkable amenities, and a stronger ridership base. So now I'll turn it over to Matt and Kamala to walk you through the details of the goals and objectives for the TOD, which we worked very closely with our city partners and the community to refine these goals. So, turn it over.
Good afternoon, directors. Thank you for your time and attention on the Fremont TOD goals and objectives. So for our presentation, we'll review the site, station access, and our planning efforts to date, and then we'll dive into the goals and objectives themselves and the community engagement we've done with them so far, and then we'll proceed to next steps and a motion. So back in 2024, the Fremont Station parking lots were identified as one of 5 new TOD projects to pursue. And since then, we've been investigating the development potential of the site. And we've largely confirmed the advantages that were previously identified. For one, the parking lots and station area are an expansive 23 gross acres. Some of that's not developable, but it's sizable enough for a large-scale development. It's also positioned for development through state and local policy, including AB 2923 and the City of Fremont's zoning standards, which allow for up to 12 stories for most of the site. The city also identified it in its most recent housing element, and we've closely coordinated with City of Fremont planning and transportation staff and given them opportunity to comment and contribute to the goals and objective statement. Finally, the rider parking lots have low utilization, which creates the opportunity to use a portion of the rider parking lots for a TOD and avoid the expense and complication of building a BART rider garage to replace the lost parking. And Kamala will explain more about what led to these conditions in a moment. We've conducted several due diligence studies on the site. The most important study was done to identify the location of the Hayward Fault. Fortunately, the area was heavily studied for the Warm Springs extension, so we were able to locate the fault using pre-existing underground investigations, as shown in the image to the right. In response to this research, we decided to exclude the areas that are closest to the fault from the developer solicitation that we're proposing to do this year. We also conducted market research with real estate developers. We heard that major office and retail development is not viable here, but high-density residential is, and several developers suggested dividing up the site into different phases to reduce their risk exposure and potentially create more interest from the development community. And we contacted the nearby hospital facilities to see if they're interested, and they're not currently looking for additional land for expansion. And then we closely studied the station access conditions here, which I'll hand it to Kamala to explain.
Thank you, Matt. So Fremont Station, folks get there by a variety of modes, but the most important thing in this chart is that driving and parking has been reducing as a share of the riders who get there. For example, looking at the most current 2024 data, 40% get there without a car, while nearly 30% are dropped off and less than 34% drive and park. You may already be aware that BART's 2016 station access policy set 5 different station access typologies from urban to auto-dependent, partly based on the share of riders who drive. This station is currently intermodal auto-reliant, but with TOD, it's expected to become balanced intermodal as the share of riders who drive to the station decreases. Even without the TOD, though, Fremont Station is actually already in the balanced intermodal share. The TOD will change access to the station with the expectation that less riders will drive and park. And thankfully, Fremont has been diligently transforming their streets to prioritize safety and accessibility for all. 3 city-led infrastructure projects to improve walking and biking within a mile of this Fremont station received Safe Routes to BART funding. The city of Fremont has implemented many roadway projects citywide, like the ones around the station, as part of their Vision Zero program. Their annual rate of traffic fatalities is 3, whereas the nation, state, and Bay Area cities range from 4 to 13 fatalities per 100,000 people. This means that our riders are getting to our stations safer, and doesn't matter what mode of travel they're using. The Fremont Station, as Kashika mentioned, was built with a lot of parking, 1,900 spaces, because it was the end of the line until 2017. Parking demand in the foreseeable future will not require more than 740 spaces. The first 3 rows show how Tuesday through Thursday parking occupancies have been trending down since 2015 to 29% currently. The last row shows expected ridership based on BART's financial projections and associated parking demand in 2038. This assumes that core capacity program and VTA's BART extension to Santa Clara are fully operational by then. You can see that parking demand would be at most 740 spaces, less than half of the 1,900 spaces. Now back to Matt.
Thanks, Kamala. On the right of the slide is an overview of the general process of developing a TOD. So right now, we're proposing to move from step 1, pre-solicitation planning, to step 2, developer solicitation. And the goals and objectives is the vehicle for doing that. Has the high-level parameters of the TOD project, and will be included in the solicitation for a developer. The goals and objectives statement is shaped around the goals for the overall TOD program, which were adopted by the board in 2020, and are listed here in the 3rd bullet. The objectives for each goal is how we're tailoring the goals to the particular conditions and aspirations for the Fremont TOD. Not operating. Something's wrong with the clicker here. Oh, there we go. Okay. These next 2 slides have the board-adopted goals and their key objectives for the Fremont TOD. We're just highlighting them, the main ones here. And these are the 3 remaining goals and their main objectives. So in addition to the affordability goal that we're proposing, the city of Fremont's inclusionary zoning policy also applies to the TOD, which calls for a portion of the project to have middle-income housing in some cases as well. This fall, we put out a draft of the objective statement for public feedback. We held open houses at Fremont Station and a survey open for about 4 weeks. And we got a lot of great feedback on how to design the TOD and rider parking and affordability levels as well. And we were covered in the local news. The next few slides we'll highlight some of the more important objectives that we're proposing. So first up, we're proposing to divide the parking lots into 2 phases for development. And we'd leave out a substantial portion that's undevelopable due to the presence of the Hayward Fault. The first phase is shown here in yellow, the undevelopable area is shown in red, and the second phase is shown in purple. First phase, we're proposing to do a developer solicitation for this year, and it'll include 8 acres and primarily consist of housing and ground floor retail, which is consistent with the city zoning. So advantages to this phasing approach are that it first reserves enough parking spaces for existing and foreseeable demand. That means no replacement parking garage is necessary for the first phase to proceed in full. Second, it's responsive to developer feedback that the site would attract more interest if it was divided up. And third, it gives us time on phase 2 to wait for market conditions that are more conducive for commercial development. Now I'll hand it back to Kamala.
Some public feedback that we received indicated some concern about the loss of BART rider parking. For TOD Phase 1, we'll retain about 700 parking spaces on site, 430 near Washington Hospital, where TOD Phase 2 would be located, and 250 where the Hayward earthquake fault prevents development. There's also a 30-space parking lot under the tracks near Maury that could be reopened if needed. Riders who drive may opt to park at Union City and Warm Springs South Fremont stations, which also have underutilized parking lots. Parking demand will be revisited before pursuing solicitation for TOD Phase 2, along with strategies to accommodate it by investigating options for on-site, surface, podium, and garage parking, and off-site, on-streets, and in private lots where BART riders could be allowed to pay to park. Improving walking and biking in and around the station area was also a frequent comment from community members, and that aligns with our adopted policies. Many community members were really excited about the potential development. They want the Fremont Station TOD to create a, quote, dense, intense, and active focal point for the entire city center, end quote. That was articulated from Fremont's 2015 City Center Community Plan. The current zoning of Bartland is City Center Transit Neighborhood. This is mostly high-density residential with some small-scale services and retail. The two-phase approach to development would allow us to advance mostly housing on the northeast side while keeping that west side available for non-residential options in the future. We refined the objectives under Complete Community's goal to emphasize recreation and socializing opportunities with a caveat that non-residential components are dependent on market feasibility and what the selected developer team proposes. Now I'll hand it back to Matt to wrap it up.
Thanks, Amal. So first, we'll request that the board approve the proposed goals and objectives statement, and if approved, BART staff will then issue a solicitation for developer partners for phase one. By summer of 2026, we would return to the board for approval of the developer partner and the authority to enter into an agreement with them. Then BART staff and the developer will negotiate a financial term sheet and return to the board with terms for approval, and then construction could start as early as a year after that. Thank you for your time and interest. We're happy to take your questions, and we'll proceed to the slide with the motion.
Thank you, everyone. We have the best planning staff imaginable. Do we have any public comments?
We have one, Glenn Overton. Glenn?
Madam President and staff. I'm for any housing development on BART land. TOD, transit-oriented development, is not just a fad, it's a need. We need TOD so we don't turn out like Los Angeles and burn every damn thing down. People need to live close to their transit, to have transit-friendly and community-friendly access, to have a choice between leaving the car parked, walking, accessing culture and their environment, providing for their children, and working, and just living life the way life should be led. Accessible housing, transit is optimal, thoughtful, necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Any other? No further public speakers. The chair likes to speak last. I would like to hear from Director Ames first, whose district this project is in. And again, our goal is to get to approval of a motion.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Thank you, staff. You did a great job. I'm very pleased. I went to a few town halls, and I do appreciate that you want to reserve a portion of the site for potential commercial activity in the future. You know, I'm all about the transit village. I just don't want housing and a little retail. I want to have jobs and housing balance. And so I did meet with a hotel developer before COVID, and they were interested in putting a hotel there because of all the hospitals. It's not just Washington Hospital. There's Kaiser And the Palo Alto Medical Foundation is just about a mile and a half away. So it's a great site. The county library, Alameda County Library is close by. And it's a fantastic location to build housing at a dense rate. Hopefully we can get some proposals on a denser housing plan than what's called for by our standards. Fremont has a higher standard, correct? Isn't it? Is it 12 stories? But 7 stories versus ours is 7 stories, and then they have a different 12 stories. That's it. I don't know how that would happen, but that's probably too significant. But I also appreciate that Fremont had this. I guess it was intermodal auto-reliant standard that BART placed on the site, but they received so many grants and activated the streets. It's a tremendous improvement. They elevated the bikeway, separated it with a planting strip, and then elevated with the sidewalk. So you've got this multimodal corridor where they also eliminated the right turn lane. So you've got a huge multimodal corridor where cars can't just turn right. They have to wait at the light and turn right when the light goes green. But it's because they took out the turn lane, the right turn lane. It's just a tremendous open area for cycling and walking and using this, scooters or whatever they've got. And this multimodal corridor is not only going out to Fremont Boulevard, it's also going to the high school, which is several miles away. So the site's a complete success. I mean, I'm excited. And I guess I just had some questions about the Hayward Fault. So my understanding with the Hayward Fault that it does have a core fault and it's got transverse cracks, and you can't build on the cracks. So I just want to make sure that the staff has a good evaluation on that, because I thought the building code didn't allow you to build on those. It's not just a crack itself. With the Hayward Fault, there's like a 100-foot buffer from the fault. But then there's other cracks that go across the fault. So I just want to make sure you could maybe follow up on that. But essentially, having the mixed-use component on next to the bus depot is tremendous, because people get off the bus and they want to get something to drink. The only thing I really wanted to see in addition to this is, I hate to say it, but putting some vendor activation in the station itself. A lot of people want to hang out inside the station, and I know there's many directors that want to activate our stations inside and also outside. But inside, I know we keep resisting. I hope that we can maybe, I don't know if that would be a goal for the TOD, but I think it should be a goal for BART to consider ways to activate inside the station. So, and I also, just after we were so excited about this project, I did talk to the city of Fremont. They're looking at, similar to the Berryessa station, where we would connect the Fremont station to the Bay Area Ridge Trail on the Vargas Plateau. It's not in their bike plan right now, but Fremont's taking the lead on that. So look what happened after you stimulated the community. They're really excited, and I'll move to approve these measures. Oh, just one more thing about housing. I have one more comment. I do appreciate, Matt, that you brought up the missing middle income housing element, which I guess you're saying Fremont has. So the middle income bracket is 80% to 120% average median income. So the city has a target, it's a little over 10%. And a lot of communities don't build housing. This is really the middle income bracket. It doesn't get built. And I hope this project does that, because it's very difficult to build. It just doesn't happen in the Bay Area. It's unfortunate. So I move to approve the TOD goals. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Mark, Director Foley.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. First off, thank you to the TOD team for bringing this to us today. I'm glad to hear that Director Ames supports this, because I also support this, so it's good to know that we're all on the same page here. I did have a couple of quick questions. So because it seemed odd that you were bringing back objectives, which I hadn't really seen in the past. So you're really looking for us to approve what you've laid out on slides 11, 12, and 13? Is that correct? It's not a blanket approval of everything under the sun?
The EDD that was included in the board packet had an attachment with the full list of goals and objectives.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that's what we were focused on. Super. You'll be coming back to us in the future for an update on phase 2 when we get there, and I assume phase 1 as we get into the ENA process and all of that good stuff? Yes. Super. Okay. So my last thing I wanted to raise was, because I imagine we're going to do a ground lease. That's what we've done in the past in these situations. How do we protect our investment when building so close to a fault? What I don't want is a repeat of the Coliseum connection, where we have an act of God or a natural disaster that displaced people for more than a year and had a less than willing partner in making the property something that people could return to. So I just want to know, are we looking at language when we start looking at agreements on this where there is some sort of protection for this agency if whoever's going to operate this piece of property is not meeting their obligations?
So as it relates to the proximity to the fault and kind of the zone of influence of the fault, there have been extensive studies and assessments that have been done already. But in addition to that, any developer developing on our sites have to comply with building codes for the state as it relates to the proximity or building anywhere near a fault, and to the, of course, local building codes, which are more strict than they were in the past. And Fremont is not unique to any other part of the Bay Area necessarily in its proximity to the fault. I understand that, we just so happen to know where this one is exactly. But we have existing structures and we will do additional assessment. The developer will do their own assessment to make sure that we are mitigating and limiting our risk.
I just want to make sure that we're in a position where we're not exposed after something occurs. That's really what I'm most concerned about here, is that exposure and limiting that. So I would argue that the Coliseum connection was built to building standards and all of the above, but we still had an issue and we still had a problem that we had to resolve. I'd like to not have that in the future. I'd like some language in any sort of agreement that gives us an out.
Director Foley, sorry, I was going to call you President Foley. Sorry about that, President Hernandez. So we're tracking on it. I mean, both Michael and I and Conchita are looking at, opportunities to strengthen the language that may or may not have been in the Coliseum Connection lease agreement. They're working with Gina and legal counsel to make sure that BART is protected and make sure that those requirements, flood insurance, fire insurance, seismic, all of those are in there and they're airtight so that, BART is protected. And more importantly, the residents of the community are protected. So both, the three of us are tight on that and, Gina is with us on that concept.
Thank you. I appreciate the words of support. So I thank you. That's all I have, Chair Rayburn.
Thank you very much, Director Foley. And Director Flores?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I agree the site is primed for TOD development. I think that all the work that the city has done, not only in rezoning, identifying this in their housing element, but also doing the pedestrian and bike improvements in that area, make this a perfect place. I am very happy that the City of Fremont has been a collaborative partner, and you can see that, I think, in the capacity that they've zoned for this area. I'm supportive of this, but just curious if the middle income housing program that they're expecting or requiring, would that be managed by a developer, by the city? Would it be like a low income program where somebody applies, you need income verification, and then there's a selection process, or how do you all know how that would work?
So as far as getting into the details of the qualifications or qualifying residents and things like that, we're not at that point where we would be able to really speak with any certainty on how that process would go. But as far as having the 80 to 120% AMI as a goal, I think that would be something that we would have in the solicitation. And then we would, have the developers come back and basically do a proposal on how they might meet that goal.
So the developers would be responsible for managing that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. And Director Ghosh.
I just wanted to express my support for the project. I think I just see the TODs at each station that we do really expanding access for people who rely on BART. Fremont Station used to be my home station in the sense I used to go from Berkeley to Fremont because that's where my in-laws lived. And now Warm Springs is closer to them, so I haven't been to the station, but it always felt like it's in the middle of nowhere. I still remember trying to ride my bike once from that station to their house, and it was a nightmare. So I think there's great potential here to develop housing and almost to bring our communities closer when you're only like a BART ride away if you want to visit someone who lives at another TOD. So I think it's wonderful, and obviously this is at the very beginning of the process. It's great to see that most of the goals that we have through our TOD listed objectives were aligned with that, it seems like, with the city, and that you all have adjusted to make it more appropriate for what is site-specific and community-specific. So I look forward to seeing where this goes, and I hope we can make even more of a place there with this project. So thank you for all the work.
Any other board members? I'll conclude then, and I have a few goals. I want to underline that our existing policy for 35% affordable is the goal that we would seek on building the housing at this site. Regarding recreation, of course, there's a ginormous Central Park and Lake Elizabeth nearby that will serve this area very well. However, for preschoolers, tots, I think we'll need to plan for some tot lots adjacent to the housing so that it's very convenient. As well, access to Lake Elizabeth crosses a couple of major arterials that BART shows on our high injury network maps that are included in our Safe Trips to BART plan. Maury, Mission, Walnut, Stevenson, Paseo Padre, Fremont Boulevard. These require countermeasures. And so specifically, we want to get people safely from that phase 1 site to both Lake Elizabeth as well as to the shopping in the Central Park in the Central Park area. And so within the BART property, there is an internal street that connects phase 1 over to the central, toward the Paseo Padre side of the station. And so I think that has to be retained, prioritized for bike and pedestrian travel. There will be increased demand to travel on that road from motor vehicles, and don't let it just happen and then say, oh my gosh, what are we going to do to protect the bicyclists or the pedestrians? So that has to be an essential component in order to get people from the new development out, because all of our planning has mainly been to get people to the station and back home from the station. So now we're planning with at least 2 different destinations, both the shopping, there's a Raley's nearby, but there's also Walnut Square that's not far, or Walnut Plaza, which is a little bit beyond Raley's and another one of those high injury network streets to cross. So there's a couple of additional goals to add in, but I'm going to give my solid support on this, and I look forward to seeing the development proposals roll in. Let's hear from the district secretary. Would you please call the roll?
Yes, certainly. Director Ames.
Yes. Yes.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Foley.
Aye.
Director Ghosh.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Ridd.
Aye.
Vice President Wright.
Aye.
President Hernandez.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for your support, everyone.
You're welcome. That concludes the DPAL committee.
Thank you. And this moves us over to item number 9, which is our board matters. Item A is any board member reports at this time.
Oh, yeah.
Director Ames?
Thank you. I want to thank Alicia and the staff to try to get we got a Super Bowl web page up, and I know I talked to Alicia a lot about this because I really wanted to see more presence on our website for the soccer game, and we got Super Bowl coming. And I've been trying to contact the Levi Stadium with no success. I just did it this morning, just trying to get them to put our BART link on the Levi Stadium website. You've got Caltrain, VTA, Light Rail. You've even got the Bicycle Coalition. Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition is on the Levi Stadium website. I cannot figure out, and Alicia is working on this, but we got to get BART link on there. There's a lot of people in their road map in their mind, or their transit map, a lot of people don't understand how BART can link over to the stadium. People ask me, how do I get to the stadium? And I say, well, BART links up to the light rail, but nobody, everybody's lived there so long, they just don't know there is a link at Milpitas. It's a relatively new station, and I just wish we could get the word out to get Levi Stadium to put the BART, the BART transit icon on there so they can see that BART is a partner equal to Caltrain. It's just on the East Bay versus the Peninsula. This Caltrain is also on their website. So it's unfortunate. I know you're trying, Alicia. Keep it up. And maybe Bob, I don't know who could talk to the Levi Stadium folks. Maybe it's political. But I appreciate you trying to do more outreach, and I'm hoping to see our BART link on the Levi Stadium site for the World Cup games. So this is really important that BART's a player on the East Bay to connect to the stadium. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And item B is roll call for introductions. Any roll call for introductions?
No, can I just jump in and just say, Bob, can you just talk about the role that you play in the Bay Area Host Committee, just briefly?
Yeah, so I'm on the host committee, directors, and the host committee is the kind of the think tank of not only the Super Bowl and the FIFA games, but other events that we as a region are chasing with the leadership here. And so me being on the host committee and the link between to all the other operators is very critical. And I have a lot of back and forth with members directly with the host committee, with Rod Lee is kind of staffing me on the thing. And so, Director Ames, we're pretty plugged in there. And I'll certainly, the connection there to jump on BTA and down to the stadium there, so we can reinforce that. I can talk to the head of the host committee and see if there's an opportunity there. But also then Capitol Corridor, right, comes right down and makes that connection there. And we had at I shouldn't say but I just run it as the BART GM, the 9 o'clock Monday morning meeting every 9 a.m., all the GMs. We've had the host committee there twice recently with MTC as well to coordinate all this stuff. And BART is at the center of these discussions, make no mistake about that. And, whether it's the communications officer or the guy that he just left here, our chief transportation officer, we're at the center of these discussions, and I can certainly keep you posted on that.
Thank you, Bob. I've been trying for a couple years now with the Swifties and all these events that are happening in the past at the Levi Stadium. We really need to get our logo on there and so people can see that we're connected all around the Bay. But thank you so much. Hopefully you can put pressure on them, Bob. Thank you.
Director Foley and then Director Rayburn.
Thank you. Just a brief update. On January 8th, I attended the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference. On January 13th, I attended the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors reorganization event. On the 20th, earlier this week, I made a role in the region presentation to the East Contra Costa Democratic Club. And I want to thank Director Wren for covering for me last night at the Contra Costa Transportation Authority. I was attending my East Bay Mud retirement party. So, thank you.
That came out of nowhere. I know, did he just drop that he's retiring? If we would have known, we would have made sure that Franklin brought some cupcakes. Well, congratulations. How many years?
I'm in my 33rd year of employment with East Bay Mud. I am vacationing out to April Fool's, which is my official day off the books. So, yeah.
Well,
thank you, Jerry.
way to go on keeping a secret. No, congratulations in your years of service for 33 years.
33.
Director.
I'm amazed. You're still a young man. On January 10th, I attended Mayor Stephen Cassidy's memorial service at San Leandro High. The community came out in force. There was a large group. On the 12th, I usually don't report that I attend our advisory committee meetings, but I attended the BPCRB meeting, which was attended by Cephas and Wanda Johnson, who invited members to participate in the 1-800 Happy Birthday to Oscar Grant, which will be an ongoing February event at the Oakland's Black Panther Museum. Cephas also inquired about a collaborative report underway between the state Department of Justice and the BART Police Department resulting from Senate Bill 2, which was passed in 2023. Further information about the status of this report is probably available from either our Office of the Inspector General, or pardon me, our police inspector, or from Chief Franklin. That's all. Thank you.
Director Lee and then Director Goach.
Yeah, I just want to note one thing. Want to shout out our general manager and Chief Franklin for attending the Mayor Lurie's State of the City, which I also attended, which was last Thursday, the 15th. It was a very, very well-attended event. I appreciated it. It was right in my own neighborhood of the Inner Richmond at Rossi Playground. The one thing I will note is that Mayor Lurie did express his commitment to supporting public transit, particularly Muni and BART, and I gave a little cheer for BART. Maybe inappropriate, but hey. So yeah, just want to thank BART for showing up for that.
Director Ghosh.
Just briefly wanted to shout out the Berkeley MLK breakfast that I attended on Monday, January 19th. It was one of the first events I attended after I got elected, and it's always been a great way to start the year and to be grounded in those values, especially with the times that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you, and VP Wright.
Thank you. I just wanted to take the opportunity to again thank our staff who made possible the incredible event that we had at our 16th Street Plaza in the Mission on January 10th. This was rescheduled due to rain on the original date, but I think it was a really big success. And in my hopes, a preview of more collaborations to come with the City and County of San Francisco. Those conversations are actively underway. When I went, the first thing that the vendors asked me was, when can we do this again? So we are actively in discussion with our city partners, and hopefully we'll have more to share soon. Thank you.
Did we have one public speaker? Jerry Grace. Jerry?
Hello, everybody. Last year, the two of you guys was join us last year at DA. And you know who you are. You were there once before. Again, this year, 2026, ADA have a meeting again for the Robert or will you please help me say the name of the thing again? Are you talking about today? Yeah. That's why I'm trying to point out. Two of them was there once before, and a lot of other people was not there before. And that's what I'm trying to say about the meeting today. After this one, then thank you, Mommy. 3 o'clock, please join us this time, this year, 2026. A lot of them do not know who you are. And please join us for 3 o'clock this afternoon. And we want to see you there at our office. Two of you guys were there before, and some other people did not. Please come join us, have fun, and have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you. And our item B, any roll call for introductions? Not seeing any, and we do not have any memoriam. We will go ahead and go to closed session, which is our item 10. I do need to read that there was, we will now enter into closed session under item 10.A of the agenda. Please note the agenda had an error, and it identifies the wrong court case number. The correct court and case number in San Francisco Superior Court case number CGC 2461-3504. We will reconvene in open session upon conclusion of the closed session item.
Oh, you're right,
Okay.
Barry. It is hard.
We're back out of closed session, and there's nothing to report. We will adjourn this meeting at 2:05.